Stream rate. Resubscriber.
Big 20 for Star Wars, yeehaw.
Resubscriber.
Holy damn. 3 moth. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yummy in the tummy.
Straw Wars, very scary.
Resubscriber.
Luke, I am your streamer.
Yummy in the tummy.
This is the game. Let's play.
Resubscriber.
Start wars.
Gift subs. New subscriber. Resubscriber.
I am eating salmon.
Resubscriber.
Oh hey hi.
Resubscriber.
Finally. It's finally happening.
Hello, everybody.
I thought
We're gonna get
this day would
started.
never come.
Hello, everybody. We're gonna get started real soon. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience.
Resubscriber.
Yippee.
Resubscriber.
Scorp Wars. The day is finally upon us.
Resubscriber.
Can't wait to hear about Scorpy's favorite gloop shido.
Resubscriber.
$11.
Resubscriber.
Baaulp Nation suspends Frogger Pogger Baaulp Nation.
New subscriber. Resubscriber.
I don't know anything about Star Wars.
Hello,
I
everybody.
assume this stream will be a suitable replacement to watching the movies.
Maybe. We'll see.
Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation, Baaulp Nation.
Okay.
Resubscriber.
I'm gonna learn so much tonight.
Resubscriber.
Ready to learn about Star Wars.
Resubscriber.
Alright. Thank you, everybody. Whoa. We got a lot of people. We got a lot of subs rolling
Almost 3 years, whoa.
Resubscriber.
Okay. I got a lot of people to thank. So let me do it real quick because I don't want to delay the show and I don't want to keep people waiting. Thank you, Vinegar
Alright.
Dranker. Thank you, Saint Grumble, Elk Turtle, TMBG13, JPT. Thank you, Skinny Jean 17, Smooth
Lego
Willis.
Yoda Death Scream.
Smooth Willis dropping mad gift subs. Thank you, Shash Dude, Sash Dude. Thank you, Zephy House, Fanfori, Crobisaur, Wizardly Reg, 1080 Benny, Cheese Steak Phil, Maybe Duende, Danzel 12, Huge Candy Squids,
Never seen Star Wars. None of them.
Jet
Never
Ant,
will.
Dwarf Dragon,
You're missing out maybe. You're missing out on being a multimillionaire.
Millouette,
Keep your movie.
Birdling, Lesbianas, Jerry, Ron Brayman, what's good? Thank you for the 3 years of support. Kimmy, Spy Mama, Pork Bellied, Ararg, thank you. Commander Freddy, maybe Witch Ing, Laser Phaser, Colorless Years, Flan Fetty, and Fungeist. Thank you guys for the support. The subs, the resubs, the subs, the resubs. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, with the gift sub. But yeah, thank you guys for the gift subs, the resubs, the donations, the bits, all of that. Thank you. We're gonna get started real quick. We're gonna get started now, I think.
New subscriber. New subscriber.
Alright. When these subscriber messages stop, I think we're gonna get going.
New subscriber.
Damn, why are these still going? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you guys for the support. I hope you're having a good night.
Resubscriber.
Thank you, Dog Yelp, for the resub.
:3C.
Resubscriber.
Hello, I'm here to see the questions.
Oh man, if only you guys could see. Alright. Ba ba la ba 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 ba
What the hell? Star Wars.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, where did
Will he learn
Scorpy
about
go?
you, frick?
I think he's completing his training.
Scorpy, you
Here he
walked
comes.
away. Oh shit!
Vroom vroom.
Oh shit! Oh shit! But
Dexter Jetster.
General Kenobi.
Oh.
You are welcome to these Jedi forces, rebels.
Thank you, everybody. Everyone who donated during the intro or resub during the intro, I'll thank you at the end of the show. But welcome to a special, momentous night. So yeah, if you blinked and you missed it, yes, 3 years ago during the commentary stream for HOVR AI, we during the freaking commentary stream for HOVR AI, Scorpy brought up that he knew almost next to nothing about Star Wars. Is that true, Scorpy? If you like 0 being no knowledge, 1 to 10 to being like full Star Wars lore master, where would you rate yourself? Like 0 to 10?
Like a 3, maybe?
A 3.
That's generous.
That you've been
Explain. How about you explain to our audience what your only actual exposure to the Star Wars movies has been?
I mean, I saw it as I didn't see the movies, but I saw it around. I had a toy that I think it was like this purple square, and I think it was
The famous Star Wars purple square.
I think it was related to Mace Windu in some way, but
Okay.
it was some purple square.
You saw one of them in
And-
theaters, is that correct?
I went to go see the Clone Wars in theaters as a kid, yeah, and I fell asleep because it was very long.
That's about the extent of Scorpy's knowledge as pertaining to the movies directly.
Yeah, and I think my friends had N64 Star Wars games. I played 5 seconds of Super Star Wars on PS4.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Yeah.
the sandworms.
Yeah. Everyone knows them.
Yeah,
So
that's
Yeah. So yeah, okay, so that's according to Scorpy, that's what a 3 on like 0 to 10 of Star Wars knowledge is. You know, you played some of the games, you fell asleep during one of the prequels.
Subscribe.
You had friends that like Star Wars. You know what a lightsaber is. You know there's sandworms.
I know what a lightsaber is. I know Mace
Excited
Windu
to
has a
learn
purple
everything
lightsaber.
about
I know
Star
Obi-Wan has
Wars
a green lightsaber. Darth Vader has a red lightsaber. The color for Jedis is green.
Crap, how much did I miss?
partially
The
right.
color for
that's not
bad
wrong.
guys is red.
That's true.
That is true. Yeah.
That's most of the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Baaulp and I have a hypothesis that we're testing tonight. Tonight's an experiment of sorts. Star Wars, specifically the original trilogy, is not only a widely beloved piece of media, it is also like a cultural touch point for
Yes. Yeah.
like anyone of our age. Like any piece of media made in the last
Ever
40
since
years.
ever since the 70s, like the original movie was a big hit, and it's only kind of cemented itself into like Western culture, like you know.
I don't believe any of what's being said.
So this is our hypothesis that we're going to test. We believe, Baaulp and I believe, that it is simply impossible that you know as little about Star Wars as you purport to know.
I mean, you already said yourself that you know like certain things, like you know the like.
I probably know. I know. I played through most of the Lego Star Wars. I think.
So that's something. So what we're gonna do?
But I don't think I was like there mentally when I did it. So
that
I don't
mean?
think I remember.
Okay. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna guide you through the original trilogy mostly. We have some bits of the prequels to show, but we're not gonna be as focused on those because not a lot of
movie
people
time.
love them. It's movie time. You're basically
we're
going
on-
to see the movie.
We're on
in form.
Twitch, so we're not gonna get to watch the
Let's
movie.
go,
This is
buckle
gonna
up.
this is gonna be a slideshow of images. All right,
That's what a movie is.
And we'll describe what you're missing.
Yes, yeah. So we're gonna give you kind of like, would you call yourself like a super fan or just like a regular? You know, I'm
more of a regular fan myself. You know? I wouldn't call myself. I'm a super Star Wars fan.
All right.
I would consider myself like a pretty big fan.
All right.
I'm
in the middle.
Yeah. I really like old Star Wars. I really liked Star Wars growing up. The only new Star Wars media I've really interfaced with was I saw the Andor show, which was good. And I've never played Kinect Star Wars, but it looks really cool.
I did this now. The last thing I want to say before we start is I wanted to do this stream out of pity. Because we've basically told Scorpy these last 3 years not to engage. Like every time he's like, "Oh man, can I watch that like Andor show?" And we tell him like, "No, you can't. You're not allowed." We yell at him.
The onus is on us because we kept saying we do and we didn't. So Baaulp and I put our foot down and said,
I've been waiting. I can't even buy Star Wars Obi-Wan on Xbox.
I mean, you could have.
I've been waiting to play that.
Yeah, there's like a new Star Wars game out.
I only know Lego Star Wars.
Yeah, they've been pumping new Star Wars games out. You've never been able to play any of them.
Understand anything.
I can't.
I
literally have the eBay page for Star Wars Obi-Wan open, and I'm waiting for the stream to end so I can buy it.
You could buy it now. It's not gonna get there before the stream's over.
I'm scared.
Right.
Maybe on the checkout screen it'll have like a spoiler.
All right, Mike. Now I'm in control of the PowerPoint, but I'm gonna let you take the lead on this. So let me know when you want to go through the slides. Okay?
Sure. Just start it, I guess. So this is
right.
Star Wars.
This is
the original movie.
Yes.
It opens up with there's an opening crawl that describes a battle between a evil galactic empire and a small fledgling rebellion.
Yeah, it's an underdog story.
Underdog story. The rebellion has stolen plans for an imperial superweapon, and they're running away from this massive Star Destroyer, which is like a huge evil battleship. And on the battleship, there's some people. I think it's on the next slide.
Yes.
It's Han Solo and.
Yeah, it's Han Solo, man.
So the rebel soldiers seen in the foreground are getting attacked by evil stormtroopers in the back. Can you identify those two robots on the left for me?
C-3PO and is it one word? Does it start with an M?
It's like C-3PO. It's like a
this one we can't be mean about this one because it is like
I thought it was like
numbers.
Marvis or something.
You did get C-3PO correct. That's good.
Yeah, so the gold one.
I need a hint.
It starts with the syllable R. It's like a code name starting with R.
The
little robot's name is R2D2.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the gold one was Marvis and the other one was C-3PO.
Okay, so you thought this guy was Marvis, and
yeah, because it's like a human like butler type. I know the voice is like, oh sir, you
are right. He's basically a robot butler.
He's a British robot butler. That's it. That's basically his character.
Okay,
where did you get? Okay,
Marvis and C-3PO are in trouble.
It's not fair to grill you on like what you don't know because like no shit you don't know. But where did you get? But I am gonna grill you on where did you get Marvis from?
I thought it was like a proper name, and I thought like it can't be Mavis. So and I thought it was like Jarvis and Mavis. Jarvis is a butler name, I guess.
Put together.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now you can tell people that yes, whenever someone shows you,
I thought the small one was C-3PO the whole time.
No, the small one is R2D2.
R2D2. I've heard that before.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah.
Beloved icon of Star Wars.
And these are
nameless rebel soldiers.
Nameless rebel soldiers, and there's stormtroopers blasting at them.
In the next panel, they're also being accosted by. Can you name this?
Please correctly name this character.
This is Darth Vader.
Okay, good. I was like, if somehow you didn't know this, I was gonna. Because this is the thing that like this is one of the characters that's like is so popular you kind of can't not know about it. Yeah.
So Darth Vader and his stormtroopers, who are the white armored guys, are looking for the stolen plans.
Yes.
Which have been stolen by the rebellion and are in the hands of, next slide please, the hands of a special someone who entrusts the plans.
Princess Leia.
Okay.
There you go.
All right,
Princess Leia entrusts the plans to R2-D2.
Yes.
And sends him and C-3PO off of the rebel ship to where the Empire can't get them.
Yeah. So they have a super weapon and they have the plans, and it's like, okay, we got to get these plans to where people can use them. I'm gonna move on to the next slide.
Yeah, keep.
So yeah, they like go in an escape pod. They land on. You're not gonna know the name of this planet.
You're not gonna know the name of it. It's
Tatooine. Tatooine.
Oh,
you do know. Good job.
What the hell?
That's the desert. That's the desert, right?
Hey,
Yeah,
hell
that is
yeah.
the desert. You're right. The desert planet of Tatooine.
Scorpy looks so proud. Hell yeah.
You're doing good so far.
Hey, I didn't expect you to know that. That's good shit.
I
Good
didn't
shit.
either. Doing
You've been
great.
see. This is what we were talking about. You know You've never seen the movie, but you know Star Wars. You've absorbed it.
I've heard of Tatooine.
Yeah, okay.
You absorbed latent knowledge, and now we're connecting the neurons in your brain.
Yeah.
Darth Vader strangles a guy looking for the plans.
Yeah, they established that Darth Vader is evil and badass because he likes to choke
scary
people.
guy.
he chokes a lot of people.
That's his thing.
Yeah.
And we know her already, Princess
Princess Leia.
who says, "I don't know anything about the plans. What are you talking about? You're all crazy."
With the Cinnabon hair.
With the Cinnabon hair.
Yeah, she got the Cinnabon hair.
And Darth Vader's like, I know you hid them, and I'm gonna find out where you hid them.
Kinda messed up.
Oh,
Oh shit!
can you identify?
Star Wars gets dark.
So,
What is happening here?
I had to take I couldn't take screenshots of every single scene of Star Wars, so we're missing bits and pieces here. R2-D2
This is so important.
gets separated from C-3PO, and he gets attacked and abducted by local aliens on the planet. Do you know what these aliens are called? Like, you obviously no problem if you don't, but they're like they're short guys. They have like funny voices. They go like Houdini.
Houdini. Think Mega 64 personal channel video. Houdini.
What?
All 5 people in chat are gonna know what that means.
Wumpas?
What?
Close. These are Jawas. They're
Could have fooled me.
Not. Anyway, so the Jawas abduct C-3PO and R2-D2, not for malicious reasons, but they do want to sell them for parts.
They sell like junk and stuff.
Yeah, so they hawk them for parts. I believe the next slide is So
here we go.
C-3PO and R2-D2 are sold to some local moisture farmers who farm moisture in the desert.
Because they live in a desert, you know?
Because they live in a desert. Beru, Owen, and their young nephew. He's not really. There might be a better picture of him later.
Yeah. This character specifically. Can chat see my mouse? Oh, chat can't see my mouse.
No, they can. I can see it on your screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's this character right here.
Can you go to that? Wait, hang on. Let me
Who's that?
Subscribe.
Is that
next slide, please? Next slide. This guy. This young upstart lad who dreams of one day being a pilot for the rebellion and has no idea what sort of fate awaits him. You know him.
Yeah, this character right here.
You know him.
we got Wayne in chat in the call. Hello, Wayne.
This fucks up what I thought.
What?
What did you
Wait,
what did you think?
yeah, what would you think?
Is that Luke?
That is Luke.
Yeah.
I thought Luke was the kid.
You mean from the prequels?
Oh.
Like from,
And then when the kid gets older, the name changes to Anakin.
Whoa. Wait,
you're getting the two poster boys of Star Wars mixed up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no.
Anakin is like the main character of the prequels. We'll cover more about him later.
Anakin is
Skywalker.
Anakin is the protagonist of the prequel movies. So the 3 prequels, and this is the original trilogy. This is all about Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
Oh,
This is Luke Skywalker playing with his toys.
Yeah, he plays with toys.
He's playing with his toys while taking care of.
He plays with toys a lot in this first movie. Now that I think about it,
he's very youthful. He's very hopeful, very idealistic. While he's cleaning up R2D2 because they've been through a lot of desert, he uncorks a little something. Next slide, please. He uncorks a hologram message from Princess Leia.
I want to
asking.
Yeah. You can keep going, but I want to say something afterwards.
Okay. She is asking for help from the rebellion, and there's only someone named. Actually, I won't cover that just yet. She's looking for someone who lives on Tatooine to come help her. And Luke is kind of familiar with what she's saying, but is more flabbergasted by like, what is a princess? Like, my God, this is like the most exciting thing that's ever happened in this poor boy's life. Is like a message from someone in trouble. Well, I've got to help them. I've got to find who they're looking for. And what do you want to say, Baaulp? I
also just want to point out, like, as like not so much a Star Wars fan, but as like a film fan, this movie like blew people's minds because it was like one of the first sci-fi movies that like took itself seriously and wasn't shit. Like young George Lucas grew up watching sci-fi like sci-fi movies, but also like samurai films. So when this is like the first sci-fi movie that like the West has ever seen that like is taking itself seriously. It's like not hokey, and it's like oh wow, it's like real cinema. Anyway, I just want to point that. I just want to stress that
it coined a term that I think applies to Star Wars and maybe a few other things called like space opera. Where what were you gonna say?
What was that?
I thought that was the Pepper's ghost trick that they did.
It coined a term called like space opera, where it's not really about like the science fiction of it. It's not about the technology. It's just like a fantasy story set in space.
Yeah,
truly, it was not only is it an underdog story, the movie itself was an underdog. Everyone thought it was going to be shit.
Yeah,
like they were like, with Star Wars, like, what the fuck is this? And then everyone watched it and it became a phenomenon.
You wouldn't know it looking at the stuff Star Wars pumps out today, but these movies were respected.
That's basically it.
Yeah. He's just like a shot.
Luke is filled with determination.
Yeah.
He looks at he's in this shot. He's looking at the twin sons of Tatooine and sort of contemplating life. And there's a very beautiful orchestral John Williams piece that plays in the background of this scene.
We're listening to a facsimile of that right now, or the audience, or the audience is. Oh, it is important. Yeah, it is important.
So, what happens here? So R2D2 has gone missing. Because apparently he was going to look for the person that Princess Leia was asking for in her message. So they take Luke and C-3PO take the speeder to go look for him. And they do find him, but not before getting accosted by the savage Tusken Raiders of Tatooine, who hit Luke with sticks and I think they like tear C-3PO's arm off or something severe like that. Either way, they're in a lot of trouble. And R2D2 is hiding for his life. And they're saved by a mysterious howling man. A phantom appears on the horizon.
Oh shit.
Waving his arm and making a terrible sound.
Is that Obi-Wan?
Next slide, please.
I just want to point out. Yes, I saw someone in chat say Biggie Smalls. Our TVS likes this scene for a very different reason.
It was all a dream. I used to read up Word Up magazine.
Yeah.
Anyway, next slide. Next slide, please. That is, in fact, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's come to save Luke.
Isn't Obi-Wan not the guy from The Hobbit?
Different actor. This is
Yeah.
so the original Star Wars trilogy takes place like actually chronologically after the prequels. So you're probably used to seeing a young Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
but in
you're-
the original movie.
Oh, okay.
In
In
your
the original
mind-
movie, Obi-Wan's an old
Yeah,
man.
and
That's not the Obi-Wan that's on Xbox.
Yeah, you're
That's
thinking
not
of
that's not the Obi-Wan that's on Xbox.
you're thinking of Ewan McGregor, who plays Obi-Wan in the prequels, but this is he's an old man. He's been living in a desert. Have you ever seen someone from Arizona? It's like that.
Yeah, he's retired and living in Arizona.
Yeah.
So by pure luck and happenstance, Luke and his robots have happened to come upon Obi-Wan Kenobi and show him the fated message from Princess Leia. Also, Obi-Wan's like he tells Luke, your father was a powerful Jedi Knight, and he had this lightsaber, and he gives Luke his own lightsaber. And this is where we first see the awesome power of the Jedi. Because
Yeah.
Obi-Wan is like one of the few Jedi remaining. They mostly died out, and it's actually mentioned in the movies. They mostly died out in the Clone Wars, which you might be familiar with. Just it was a throwaway line in the first movie that they extrapolated upon later.
Yeah. There's this special effect that definitely made at least a few people shit themselves. This and Tron, that was it.
Yeah. This closely followed by Tron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and then they watch the little hologram message again.
Oh yeah, they
Is that
watched,
Princess Leia?
Yes.
That is Princess Leia. So she says Obi-Wan
Is she
Kenobi.
dancing?
It does look like that.
Yeah.
She's bending over to put the message in R2D2. I just chose a funny
okay.
screenshot. I'll have to admit I chose a lot of screenshots that are maybe not indicative of the context of Star Wars. But Leia's like, "Hey, the Republic needs help. Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're one of the only Jedi left. You gotta help me, man." And Obi-Wan's like, "All right, if we're gonna go help Princess Leia, we need to get off this dang planet." So they go to a populated center known as Mos Eisley to find a pilot who's willing to take them and avoid the Galactic Empire.
Which is a very dangerous thing to do, right? Because remember, it's like wartime, so like someone's gotta be brave enough to do this. Do we go to the next slide?
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Okay.
Do you know this? Do you know what this is called?
Is that the Star Cruiser, Starfighter?
The big ball, the planet, or this is the Empire's secret weapon. It's a ultra powerful star station that is in the shape of a planet, and it has limitless power. Do you know the name of it?
Think, Scorpy.
It's Darth Vader's.
It's Darth Vader's. Yeah, it's Darth Vader's.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, yeah. But like, connect the neurons. Your friend, you had to have had a friend say this in passing.
Say what? The name of this thing?
There's no way you haven't heard this thing's name.
But it's a planet.
It's a planetoid or a moon or
a moon
or some kind of celestial.
And it's not Tatooine.
This is not Tatooine. No, this is a space.
No, that's
station.
Tatooine.
This is not a desert planet covered in sand. It's a celestial body. Think of all the celestial bodies you know.
Hope? Does it have a hope in it?
No. You're kind of that's tangentially related. A New Hope is the subtitle of the first movie. A New Hope being Luke Skywalker.
People were saying the hope.
No, A New Hope being that. That's the New
I
Hope.
could have been.
The Moon of Hope.
Maybe that's what everyone wants.
Well, it's not. It's not very hopeful. This is an evil. This is.
All right, we should tell
Oh,
you
this
the
is
name.
bad. Oh wait, this is bad.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
bad.
we should tell-
Wait.
Yeah, this is bad.
Oh,
Bad guys.
Scorpy wants to keep trying.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna tell him.
It's like
It's
Death
bad, it's
Ball,
evil.
Death Ball, or Death
Oh,
Planet.
you're really close. Death.
You're
is the
so
first one.
close.
Death
One
Ball,
more chance.
Death Planet.
One more.
Death,
You're so close.
Death Sphere.
Close. Celestial bodies.
Death Celestial Body. Death. Oh, Death Star. Death Star.
There
Death
you
Star.
go.
Yes.
I was just
It doesn't look like a star. Why is it like
I
that?
know it doesn't look like a Death Star. You're right. It's a moon at best. But
Death Moon. Why didn't they call it Death Moon?
I don't know. I think
That
Death Star
was
sounded
praying.
better.
I was praying that Scorpy would say Darth Planet.
Dark Planet. Darth Planet.
Darth Planet.
That's not until the other character shows up.
So this is the point in the movie where we see the Death Star, which is the grand Imperial weapon, which is capable of even destroying planets. On the Death Star, I think. What did I put next?
I know. I remember that there's someone goes, "That's no moon," and you see a butt crack.
Yes, that. I don't know about the butt.
What?
Someone does say that's no moon. That's correct.
That might have been someone said Thumb Wars. I'm thinking of Thumb Wars. I did watch Thumb Wars a lot as a kid. So I just assumed that was like a joke that was also in the movie.
Okay, so
God, you watch like all of like the parody stuff, but not the actual thing.
I think this is the funny thing I'm not expecting. I think like you know a lot, but the thing that I think is a surprise is the fact that there's like so much sincerity because your only exposure is like parodies of people making fun of stuff. So the idea that like all of this being straight-faced is the most shocking part. So anyway, this is a scene with Imperial generals who
Admiral Akbar.
No,
that character.
Very good.
Yeah,
Hold on to that for later.
Yeah,
Hold on to that for later.
Yeah.
There's no Admiral Akbar in this scene. The guy standing next to Darth Vader is you wouldn't know this. It's actor Peter Cushing playing Grand Moff Tarkin.
He died.
Grand Moff Tarkin.
That's his name. There's a lot of funny names in Star Wars.
Yeah, he died, and then the Disney Corporation brought him back as a 3D model so he could get, I don't know, choked out again.
Yeah.
Star Wars fucked up. I should be watching this.
Yeah, it's cool. It's kind of dope.
So, wait, next slide. I don't remember what I put.
He doesn't get choked out. This guy gets choked out.
So one of the generals is like talking to Darth Vader. And he's like, well, we have a massive super weapon. What's the big deal? And Darth Vader's like, well, it doesn't compare to the power of the Force. And that guy's like, the Force? Yeah, right. That's a load of bull hockey. And then Darth Vader chokes him with telekinesis.
Yeah, that's
Force choke.
Yes,
Force chokes him. Yes.
Yeah, just like that.
He says a quintessential Darth Vader line. Do you know what it might be? To this guy. It starts with I find your lack of
I find your lack of intelligence concerning.
That's close.
That's really
close. It's I find your lack of faith disturbing. Because he doesn't believe in the Force, so he's like,
damn.
Guess what, bitch? I can
I
use
thought before you
powers
gave
on
me that hint that it would be like to end with you or end this is to end you.
Now perish.
Yeah, something like that. Or like this is the end of you.
Oh, that's fucking great.
No, Star Wars is, we like to joke about how bad Star Wars has gone, but it's a little better, it's a little more well written than that.
Yeah, the thing, these movies, just like an interesting production thing, George Lucas is like a very famous ideas guy. Like he had a lot of like crazy names and idea for a story, but the only reason these original movies did as well as they did is because he had other people writing and directing them. Like he worked on the story and then he got other people to actually like do the other shit for him. Which is famously why the prequels are very bad. Because they basically just gave him carte blanche to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
Now you know about Darth Vader's signature Force choke.
Yeah, this is like a big, like, cool thing about Darth Vader.
They love bringing this out in Star Wars media. Someone gets, like, Force choked and it's like, oh shit, it's the Force. Anyway, moving on.
They got stopped by the police?
They get stopped by cops.
Yeah, we've all been here.
Yeah, so they're trying to drive into Mos Eisley, which Obi-Wan describes as a hive of scum and villainy. It's full of ruffians and bad guys and Imperial occupation. And they get pulled over by some stormtroopers because they're looking for the droids that have the secret plans. But Obi-Wan uses his Force powers to tell them, there's nothing to worry about. Let us go on. And they're like, okay. And they listen to him. But anyway, that's he
kind of like waves his hand and is like...
He does some magic on him. He uses the Force.
Yeah, so basically, like, Jedi are, like, this is, like, the first Star Wars movie, and they're like, hey, Jedi can have powers. They're all magic and shit. All right.
So they go to a bar, a cantina. There's all sorts.
Mos Eisley Cantina.
Yeah. That is what
there you
this
go.
is. That's so it's a cantina full of all sorts of aliens and ruffians and stuff like that. Wait, next slide. I think it's the next one.
Yes.
Okay, there's some aliens playing funny instruments. Do you know like the song that plays in the background of this scene?
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. See, you know a lot about Star Wars, just selectively.
He just had to put it
there's-
together.
Yeah.
There's no way you'd know this, but the fake made up name for the style of music
Jizz,
they're playing is
jizz.
There you go.
I've heard of it. That
Okay,
I've heard
okay.
of before.
The Biff Jizzwailers.
Yeah.
So
Oh shit!
they meet a
Isn't he
pilot
in?
who's
Is
willing
he
to
in
take-
fucking like the? You know.
a little later? Hold on to that. You're getting close.
I thought they got him out of that.
No, that's a little later. You're getting ahead of yourself. But they meet a famed pilot and his co-pilot. Can you name these two characters?
Well, Han Solo, and Chewbacca.
Yeah,
There you go.
And his for extra credit, do you know what species Chewbacca is?
Chewie.
The Chewie's his nickname. Do you know his species? It starts with a W.
Chewbacca the Chewie.
Chewbacca the Chewie. That's like a Sonic the
Wampa?
Hedgehog name. Close.
You know that Wampa is something, so you're you're just like
Hang on to Wampa. There's something very
yeah,
close
there's
to Wampa.
yeah,
right now.
you're not wrong, but it's like
Whoa.
it does start with a W.
Whoa.
Whoopee.
That's really close. It's Wookiee.
Wookie.
Yeah, there you go.
Whoopee.
It's a Whoopee. Anyway, so he meets with Han Solo.
Well, what the fuck is that thing?
Anyway, so Han Solo agrees to take.
Who the hell's that? I want to know who that is.
No, Mike,
Okay,
Mike,
wait, hold on. We'll get there. Han Solo agrees to take Luke and Obi-Wan to where they need to go, to the planet of Alderaan to meet with Princess Leia. Blah blah blah. Anyway, so they're getting ready to leave, and then Han Solo gets stopped by another bounty hunter, whose name is Greedo.
Frogger.
Yeah, Frogger. Frogger points a gun at Han Solo and he's like, "Hey, man! Turns out Han Solo owes a lot of money to a crime boss named Jabba the Hutt, and so Greedo intends to collect and bring him back, dead or alive."
Han Solo is not a squeaky clean individual. He's you know
he's a smuggler. He's a down dirty person who's a scoundrel, but a good guy at heart. But he gets pulled over by Greedo, and Greedo threatens to kill him dead or alive. But Han Solo very sneakily whips out his gun and gets the first shot on Greedo and fucking kills him. Bang! Next slide, please.
Yeah, here he is getting shot.
Fucking gets him. Now,
Why'd he put his foot up?
Because he's sitting on the table. He's sitting on the table all cool like, and he pulls out his gun under the table. And then he's like, "Yeah, I'm sure you have." Bang! Shoots him.
Yeah.
Now this scene is actually, again, this is not a problem if you don't know this, but Star Wars fans, there's a great deal of contention concerning this scene. For a
who shot first?
Yeah, there you go.
I've heard of that. I've heard of that.
You've definitely heard of some nerds arguing about that.
Yeah, this
crap.
is a nerd argument thing because in the original cut of the movie, this guy's threatening to shoot Han Solo, and he's like, "Guess what, buddy?" Bam, shoots him first. But then in the remakes or the remasters of the movie, the special edition, I think George Lucas like felt bad that Han Solo just killed this man in cold blood, so he just like he added an insert where Greedo shoots him and misses, and then Han Solo, I keep calling him Han Solo shoots back in self-defense, which is a argument that nerds love to have for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know. No one gives a fuck anymore, but back then it was a lot more like people cared more. I guess we had less to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh,
you got rid of Scorpy's feed.
Oh crap! Up.
Bring me back.
No,
Bring it
we're
back.
good. We're good.
McClanky.
So okay, and then they
What was that? What was that?
I think we had a special appearance.
What's a McClunky?
I don't know. I think
Does
it's
Han Solo say that?
no. I think the alien says it. It's like alien speak. Anyway,
Monkey.
whatever. Anyway, Han Solo takes him to his signature starship.
Yes.
Do you know the name of his starship? You've seen it.
Starfighter.
No, it's 2 words. It's kind of like round. It's like magnet shaped. It has like a little cockpit on the side. Starts with M.
Mega.
First syllable is m.
Yeah, Mega.
I don't know if that helps. MF. MF are the initials.
Okay,
Okay, let me help you. It's called
Mega Freedom.
Mega Freedom.
favorite.
Yeah.
My
That's
favorite.
his starship, Mega Freedom. No, his starship is
My
named
favorite.
the Millennium Falcon.
I've heard of that.
hot McClunky news for you if you want.
What's your
So,
hot McClunky news?
McClunky is something they make Greedo say in like one of the millions of fucking CGI HD modern remakes of the movie, and it's meant to be like intimidating or something, and then Han Solo shoots him after he says that.
Okay.
McClunky.
He just goes McClunky, and then Han Solo murders him for that,
I fucking killed him in cold blood
punished for the
that.
crime of McClunky.
McClunky.
Thank you, Holly.
You're welcome. Okay, bye.
All right. So yes, this is the ship that all these nerds nerd out about. It's called the Millennium Falcon.
Everyone loves the Millennium
There's lots of
Falcon.
toys of that.
Yeah.
There's lots of toys of that. I think I have one in my room, like literally right here. I wish I had a webcam. The reason I'm a Yoda is because I realized I was the only person without a webcam for this.
Is
stream.
that the This Is No Moon scene?
You're getting close. It's very close to it. So they go into hyperspace to traverse across the galaxy. And did I put it in? Wait, go to the next slide. Or go forward like a slide or two.
Oh.
No.
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't.
Why the fuck they playing Duel Monsters?
They're playing Duel Monsters. Said the Millennium Falcon. So what happened?
Yeah,
so
they
off-screen-
got toys. More
Did they do
toys
have
for
toys?
Luke
So
Skywalker.
Before we see the cool toys, we learned that that there's a scene where they're interrogating Princess Leia to tell where the secret rebel base is, and I don't think I included it in the slideshow. They're like, tell us where the secret rebel base is, or we'll destroy your home planet of Alderaan. And she's like, no, and then she tells them, but then they do it anyway, and they blow up her planet. So they
Whose
come
planet?
out of
Leia's?
Leia's
Yeah.
planet. So Leia's home planet is
And
just
that's
Andor.
And that's supposed to be
Not
like
Andor.
no. And that's supposed to
it's
be
called
like
Alderaan.
Yeah, it's called Alderaan. And like that's to like show you the extent of the Death Star's power. Like this thing is not like fighting with ships. Like they just point a laser and like they just blow up an entire planet.
It's hardcore.
Yeah, this is like
and-
yeah.
Yeah, and then they're playing chess. But then they show
TIE
up and they're
fighter!
like, where the good job.
Yeah.
They show up at the coordinates of Alderaan, and there's nothing there but asteroids, and they're like, what the heck? And then they see this TIE fighter, and they follow it, and then they're like, oh, he's going to that moon over there, and Obi-Wan Kenobi says,
That's no moon. And then there's the
Yeah.
butt crack.
it's the butt crack in space. And then they get pulled in via a tractor beam, and they're trapped on the
Yeah,
ship.
they don't know what they're dealing with, and they get taken hostage essentially.
They get taken hostage, but they have an ace up their sleeve because they hide in the panels of the ship because it's
Where's
meant for
fucking
snuggling.
Yoda?
He's in the next movie. We'll get to him. We'll get to
Oh,
Yeah, Yoda's
He's
not
not in
even in
this
the
first
first
one.
movie, bro.
yeah.
what?
No, he's not. He's
I thought that was like one of the first scenes is Yoda
You-
talks to Luke Skywalker
I
and is like,
you're probably
"You're a
thinking
fucking Jedi," and they're in that cave, and then
you would think looking at Star Wars media now that Yoda is like one of the most important characters,
important,
but no, he doesn't even show up until the second movie.
damn.
He's
Yeah.
just a little green frog.
he's just a little green fucking freak. Anyway, so they get the drop on the people because
Is he in
hide the ship.
handcuffs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. So what happens?
They're in the
is
fucking future and they still have handcuffs.
they do have handcuffs in the future. Yes,
There's nothing
absolutely.
better they could have come up with.
No, they have blasters.
Well, it's actually
and
not the
starships
future.
and force fields and everything, but they still have normal handcuffs and elevators.
Star Wars takes place in the past, bro.
It does
someone-
take place a long time ago. That's
Yes,
true.
yes, yeah. They
So they're-
someone in chat did make a good point, just like, hey, people still got hands in Star Wars.
That's true. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't.
What are
fix
you
it.
gonna do? Not you know.
I'm sure they would have had like some sort of like a square they put on your chest that makes it so you can't move your arms or something.
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
That's-
some manacles.
Yeah, some sort of like bioengineered thing. They just go.
Anyway, Star Wars is an everyman's universe. It's low tech where it's cool. Anyway, so their cool plan is that they sneak attack some stormtroopers and take their clothes.
Yeah. So
So
this
they're
is
masquerade. Yeah. So
yeah.
this is
So Chewbacca is the one in handcuffs, but these two stormtroopers, that's Han Solo and Luke Skywalker in disguise.
and they have Chewie in handcuffs so they can get to the prison where Princess Leia is being held and free her, which they actually succeed in doing.
Who took Princess Leia? Darth Vader?
Darth Vader.
Yes.
So
Why?
She's because she knows she
has the schematics.
she's like the head of the rebellion. She's like one of the head
Oh,
honchos in
okay.
charge. So she knows.
What was she doing on the ship? How did she find the schematics?
That's explained in Star Wars Rogue One. No, it's literally just that's where the movie starts. The movie starts there.
Yeah,
and
the
you're like,
movie
it's kind of like it's like an in media res sort of thing. The opening crawl brings you up to speed, and then you're right there in the action.
Yeah.
Like, they're on the run. They have these cool plans, and then the movie starts from there.
Yeah.
So she broke onto the ship. She went in there. She's not supposed to be there.
No, she was on her rebel ship, and then that ship got captured by the Empire, and
And
now
she
she's
broke
being
out.
held.
Oh,
Prisoner.
okay.
So they're on the Death Star right now. This is the bad guy's lair, more or less. And so they've broken into the evildoer's lair to save the princess in typical fantasy fashion. And there they are, like, yeah, we're just taking this hairy guy to prison, you know? And then they get the drop on them and surprise them, but they quickly find themselves in trouble. And then they rescue Princess Leia, who's in a cell. And
She's just chilling.
She's just chilling.
Yeah.
Luke, she got tortured like 2 scenes ago, but she's just chilling now. Anyway, so like Luke comes in and he's like, whoa, a princess. And she's like, aren't you a little short to be a stormtrooper? And he's like, wait, no, I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to save you. I'm here with Obi-Wan. And she's like, oh, right, shit, take me to him. And then they make their daring escape, but they start getting shot at. And
But what happened to Han Solo?
Oh, Han Solo's there too. He's with Luke. So Luke, Han Solo, and Leia are trying to make their daring escape, but then they get cornered and they need to jump into the ship's trash
Is this
compactor.
Yes.
And
Shit! Is that blood?
No, it's
God.
it's like it's muck, it's trash.
Yeah,
I thought this was like some Saw
They're like
shit.
blood death machine. That'd be crazy. No, they get trapped in a trash compactor. This is a very famous scene where the walls are closing in on them, and then C-3PO and R2-D2 are outside, and they need to turn off the trash compactor to save them.
Yeah.
Very, very harrowing scene, but they managed to make it out okay.
Oh fuck! What?
Okay, so they're making their daring escape. So this shot's
The
important.
Gmod rope tool.
Yeah, it does look like that.
You are right.
It
That
does
is
look
exactly
like
what's happening. Okay. Anyway, so they're making their daring escape now. They're outside of the trash compactor, but all the base is on high alert. The princess has got out. There's a bunch of rebels in there, so they're shooting them. Luke and Leia are on one platform. These stormtroopers are on another, shooting them. Luke gets a good shot on this guy, and he falls to his death. A very famous sound effect plays in this shot. Can you tell me what it is?
Oh, the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. This is a very, very famous example of the Wilhelm scream.
Oh, wait, that's Yoda's.
That's how he screams. Or it's Yoda's scream. It's the scream that plays. And I think there's a Wilhelm scream in every Star Wars movie somewhere. That was a very famous.
Ooh.
We don't have that in the server. Anyway, so while they're getting ready,
Oh, what? I thought he had a green lightsaber.
no,
The fucking Xbox game lied.
yeah, I think he does at some point or another, but not for the most part. Most part, it's blue. While they rescue Princess Leia, Obi-Wan turns off the tractor beam, but inevitably comes face to face with Darth Vader, his former student turned bad guy, and
Oh shit!
they have a formative duel, while Han, Luke, and Leia escape, and while Obi-Wan sees that everyone gets out okay, and he's like having this battle with Darth Vader, and he kind of like very quietly resigns himself to his fate. And next slide, please. I think Darth Vader.
Oh, is he
Darth
fucking
Vader,
cut his head off?
No, even better. He hits Obi-Wan with his lightsaber, and next slide, Obi-Wan turns into a nothing. He just vaporizes and turns into a little robe.
Oh fuck!
And Luke's like, "No, Obi-Wan!" And then they make their daring escape, but Obi-Wan Kenobi has been killed.
Here's Luke.
Now he's playing with toys again.
He's playing with toys. He's pouting. He's playing with his toys to calm down. What's next? Next slide.
Okay.
So they get the plan. So the plans are the schematics of the Death Star. And it's revealed that there's like a weak point in the Death Star, that if you fly to a certain point of it and fire a torpedo at just the right way, it'll fucking blow the whole shit up. So all the rebellion is making a big attack.
This ultimate weapon has a hole in it, and if you shoot into the whole thing blows up.
Yeah, like a video game weak point.
Yeah.
And so they all mobilize and they get ready to launch their attack. And they do. Those are X-wing fighters ready to launch an assault on the Death Star.
You ever play Star Wars Battlefront?
Or Rogue Squadron.
Nope.
Okay, never mind that.
Nope.
That's fine. There's a lot of cool.
I think I played. Who the fuck is that?
This is a very.
What the fuck?
This is one of the rebel pilots. This is a very famous member of Star Wars.
This is the guy that blows up the Death Star, bro.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
No, we can't do that. No.
Yeah, we can't. I can't lie. He doesn't blow up the Death Star.
We can't lie. Do you want to take a guess on what this person's name is? He's named this character is not important at all. He's named literally once in the movie. He like has like a couple shots and then he gets blown up. Do you know his name?
Jeff Starr.
Jeff Starr. His name is Porkins.
Porkins. Well, one word? Just one word.
Porkins. They call him Porkins. Like, Porkins, follow me. And he's like, right with you, Red Leader. And then he like flies after and then like dies very shortly.
Yeah, they do this guy dirty.
Critical member of Star Wars. Anyway, but as evidenced by the fact that as soon as this guy showed up on stream, a bunch of people in chat yelled, Porkins is proof in the puddings that he's widely beloved, even though he only has like a couple shots in the movie. Anyway, that's Porkins.
We debated on to what extent we should lie about him and make him seem badass. He's not badass.
I would have thought that he blew up the Death Star.
He immediately gets owned.
He hailed as a hero. So they have to fly into this big trench on the equator.
Yeah, because the thing is like the Death Star is like the size of a planet, right? So it's like they're on it. They're on the Death Star. They're like flying into it, like they're on it.
And it's a very cool scene.
Yeah.
And Luke, and then a couple guys try to fire a torpedo into the hole, but they miss. And then Luke's like, "Oh shit, it's up to me." And then so he flies into the hole with his buddies, and he's very determined. Eventually, like Darth Vader shows up in a ship and starts like following him.
Luke in full of his determination. He's like. He's using his targeting computer, but he's getting all stressed. And then he hears the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, "Luke, trust your feelings." And then he's
Obi-Wan's dead. What's that thing? Is that a seed?
That's a torpedo. It's a torpedo being fired into the hole.
I jumped ahead a little.
So
by accident.
But he hears the ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi talk to him. And Luke puts away his targeting computer, trusts in his feelings, and he fires torpedoes into the hole. And succeeds, and they all fly away.
That's the hole that kills it.
That's the hole. That's the hole that kills it.
I thought it was like a big red button.
It's just a hole. It's like a exhaust port or something like that. They
it must have been from one of the parodies I saw.
It's probably from one of the parodies you saw because it's more or less a big red button that blows up the whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's like
It might as well be.
this super weapon.
It might have been that in Thumb Wars.
Yeah, this super weapon conveniently has a hole you shoot into, and the whole thing blows up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
there it is
they
blowing
do
up.
Kablooski.
Yeah.
They blow up the Death Star. Everyone's happy. They have a big ceremony where Luke and Han Solo get medals.
Obi-Wan's back.
No,
No, that's just another other old guy.
That's a
Who's
different
that?
old guy. It's just some old guy. I don't know. He probably has
Okay.
a name somewhere in Star Wars canon. Just like the way that Star Wars fans are, like probably all these extras that are in the shot,
They
probably
all have names and
in canon.
backstories.
And like you could look at the Star Wars wiki and find
Yeah,
like
you-
a small
you probably-
blurb about each one of them.
Everyone's blood type is probably listed somewhere on like a wiki.
But
But
anyway,
yeah.
that's Star Wars, and there's a big climactic finishing song.
Yes?
Yeah, that one. You're right. That's it. That's exactly it. It's the throne room song. Dun, da, da, ba, ba, da, bum, bum, ba, da. Anyway, and that's Star Wars. That's the
But
first
yeah.
movie.
So
And now,
it blew in the late 70s. It blew everyone's mind. So when it actually made money and was a huge success, they had to make a sequel because fuck it, right?
I know that song because there's an episode of the TV show Undergrads from 2005 that ends with a similar sequence.
A
One of the
parody.
characters like Star Wars.
yeah, great way to remember that. So next is episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Which very weird decision to start the whole Star Wars trilogy at episode 4, but that's just how George Lucas did this. So
I mean,
this
he was
is the second movie.
He was probably heavily inspired by those samurai movies he watched. You know?
Oh,
it's
for
like,
sure.
It's like,
He
you
was
know,
like-
this is a story, you know, that's been going on for forever, and you're just getting a tiny, you know, chronicle part of part of it, you know?
Yeah, he was super inspired by samurai movies. So some time has passed. There's still
This is Tatooine still.
No, this is the opposite. This is the opposite. It's covered in snow. This is the ice planet of Hoth. Where
Oh, I've heard of Hoth.
yeah, the rebellion has a small faction trying to locate the Empire. They're still fighting the Empire. Like the Death Star may have gotten blown up, but the Empire's still out there. Darth Vader's still out there, and also there's the head honcho of the Empire is the Emperor, who's a big bad guy who we'll meet later. But
Emperor.
Oh,
Fucking
do you know
starts
this?
with P.
Palpatine.
There you go.
Yes.
We'll meet him later.
Yeah.
So Luke, yeah. So we open on Luke patrolling the planet of Hoth for I guess. Like,
Yeah, he's fighting. He ain't a moisture farmer anymore. He's with the rebellion.
Who is
now.
this?
He's like a.
This is Luke. This is Luke.
Oh, what?
He's wearing. I know he's wearing.
Looks
a
like
hat
a
that is Luke.
different person.
Oh, he got a little older. It was a few years after the first movie. Anyway, he gets attacked while he's on patrol one day. He gets attacked by a savage monster.
Oh, what
This
the
one-
fuck?
You got really close to this one before. What do you think it's called?
Wumpa?
That's almost it. It's literally Wampa.
Oh, shit.
This is a Wampa that he gets attacked by. It's a savage
Yeah.
snow yeti.
They're
But
on
it
a.
smacks
they're-
him.
Yeah, they're on a. They're I'm a little more cynical about things, and I can just imagine some meeting being like, oh, they're on an ice planet. Well, he's gotta fight a yeti.
Well, here's the thing about the Yeti. This is actually just a fun production fact. Shortly before they filmed this movie, Mark Hamill got into a really, really bad car accident, and he has like a really big facial scar from it. So to explain the fact that Luke has like a kind of noticeable
shit.
facial scar,
I didn't know
they had him
that.
get attacked by a Yeti in the first scene of this movie.
Oh.
So he recovers
more
from it, but
movies
it's
need
like-
to do that. Like, if an actor gets into like a car wreck or something, more movies need to do that. Like, I would love if a comedy, like if I was watching a comedy, someone gets attacked by a yeti at the very beginning, or in the middle, or in the end. I just want more movies where yetis attack people. Anyway.
Yeah. So he gets attacked
The
by a
Yeti
Yeti.
fucks him up. I forgot. The Wampa
yeah.
fucks him up. It doesn't just like hit him. It like drags it back to its cave and like hangs him upside down.
Yeah, but then Luke, so he's trapped up here, and the Wampa is nearby. But he sees his lightsaber in a corner, and we see that he's gotten stronger with the Force because he uses his Force powers to grab his lightsaber.
Yeah, he's got telekinesis now.
Yeah, he uses telekinesis to grab his lightsaber and free himself. So anyway, he frees himself, and he's like trapped in like a blizzard out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh shit!
He sees the
Pepper's ghost.
Obi-Wan. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's wearing a hood, but that's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi tells him he has to train with a powerful Jedi master who lives on Dagobah, and tells him that he has to do this if he wants to become a stronger Jedi.
Did they name drop him yet, or?
Yeah, they name drop him.
Yeah. What do you think his name? What do you think this person's name is?
Wait, what? That's Obi-Wan.
No. The powerful Jedi master that he tells Luke to go meet and train with. His ghost comes from beyond.
Fucking Mace Windu?
No, we'll get there. Let's move on for now.
Mace Windu. Boba Fett.
What do you think's happening in this picture?
Oh, who the fuck is that? Darth Vader without the suit?
That's a really good answer.
That is a really good answer. No, no. This is a medical. They put Luke Skywalker
Mike, you just put this in here because it was funny, right?
Yeah,
like
I just choose screenshots that I'm like, hey, this is what Star Wars is.
Yeah, no, they like find Luke Skywalker and he's all fucked up and like wounded and like with hypothermia, so they put him in like this pod to heal him. And the pod also makes
doesn't look like he's doing too well. Yeah. I don't think it's helping.
No, it's helping him. He makes a full recovery after this. Anyway, moving on. I just had to put that in. Oh, so the Empire attacks the base on Hoth, and then the Rebellion they launch a counterattack, and there's a great big battle, and the Empire has big robot walkers that you may have seen before. Next slide. These guys.
Wow, walkers.
Yeah, they're just called walkers. There's a special name for them. They're called AT-ATs, but they're just called walkers also. That's more or less what they are. So they have these big robot dogs that shoot lasers out, and the rebel ships they can't destroy them because their armor's too thick, so they use tow cables to like trip them and knock them over. But yeah, and there's a big battle. Everyone's fighting. It's all crazy.
This movie definitely got a way bigger budget.
It was still pretty good in the first one, but they for sure leaned into it for this one.
Yeah, I think Fox was willing to give George Lucas a way fatter check.
Yeah, they're fighting in the trenches. And everyone, but they win. They get out safely from the Empire's attack, and
they have to leave.
They have to leave. So Han, Leia, Chewie, and C-3PO are on the run from the Empire. They leave in the Millennium Falcon. Luke, on the other hand, kind of gets away scot-free, and he decides to go to Dagobah with R2-D2.
Yeah, so
meet.
They're like splitting up. Luke is going to go train on another planet, and then we have Leia, Chewbacca, and Han Solo escaping the other way, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway. So this is just a cool shot. They're getting attacked by like Star Destroyers and TIE Fighters, and there's a daring chase with really kick-ass music.
Yeah. That we are not allowed to hear because
we are not allowed to hear.
Thank you, Twitch. Oh, it's Scorpy. Oh, it's Scorpy. It's coming up soon. This is you know about this part.
This is it.
So they fly into a.
Is that Princess Leia?
No, this is so the Millennium Falcon flies into a cave on an asteroid to lose the Empire, and they stay there for a little bit. But I think next is Luke.
Oh
yeah, so this is Luke in his X-wing. He's landing on the planet of Dagobah, but he has a rough, rocky landing, and he crashes the ship into a big puddle, into a big swamp. Next slide.
Yeah, so this
is a big swamp he's landing on.
they're not very creative. You got desert planet, ice planet, and swamp planet.
Every
like
planet,
Azaric. It's Azaric.
Yeah, it's like Azaric. Every planet is one uniform biome.
Yeah, there's not like I don't know. Has anyone told George Lucas that like planets don't work like that? Anyway, so yeah, he crash lands on the swamp planet,
and then he encounters a strange little fucker. Can we see the next slide, please?
Yeah.
He encounters a strange...
Yoda lives in the swamp? I thought it was a cave.
He lives in a swamp. There's caves on the swamp planet. He just lives in this.
Yeah.
But he shows up, and granted, at the time, no one knew who this guy was.
I want to point out, like, this is why people like Star Wars. If you didn't watch, like, I didn't know this when I was a kid because, like, when I was a kid, the prequels were already, like, in production, right? So I actually had, like, full exposure to, like, the original trilogy, and then, like, the prequels immediately. They absolutely wanted to, I know this, they wanted to fuck with people. So Obi-Wan tells Luke, like, okay, you gotta train with a powerful Jedi master named Yoda. And like, it was a conscious decision to be like, hey, Yoda's gonna be like a fucked up little green frog man. He's not
who's
like
all weird.
Yeah.
He talks backwards.
Yeah, he's weird. He talks wrong. He lives in a swamp and he eats goop.
He's like a little Jim Henson puppet.
Yeah, he's so literally a Jim Henson puppet. Yeah.
So he kind of like fucks with Luke for a while. He's like, "Oh, I know who Yoda is. Come with me." Ha ha ha. And Luke's like kind of getting fed up. Like, what the? This weird frog is. I'm like being led astray by this weird frog. He's like in his hut, and he's like, when are we gonna meet Yoda already? And then Yoda breathes a deep sigh, and he's like, I can't train him. He's too impatient. He's too young and brash and full of anger. And Obi-Wan's ghost is like, take a chance on him. And then Luke's like, what? You can hear that? And then he's like, oh shit, you're Yoda. and then after some,
what is he holding?
I don't know.
It's like he literally like comes to Luke's
looks like
camp.
A vape.
He literally comes to Luke's camp and starts like ransacking stuff, just like grabbing stuff, throwing it around, like, oh, hee, and it's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, Yoda is
like, leave us alone.
Yoda is like.
Did they like fight over meat at one point?
Yeah, probably.
I think, he has like a tug of war with R2-D2 over. Like,
yeah. Luke probably has some jerky and like Yoda's grabbing for it. It's really weird because like in the prequels, Yoda is like way more normal. But in this movie, he's like a fucked up little swamp man. He's like,
in the prequels, he's literally like he outcasts himself. Like he's like, I'm gonna go be a hermit for like however many years. He's like 800 years old now.
Yeah,
like, and now he's all crazy.
Yeah, he wants jerky.
Yeah, but either way, after some convincing, he agrees to train Luke in the ways of the Force. Oh yeah, it's fine.
Oh.
That's Darth Vader and his cool.
They just wanted a cool set piece to put Darth Vader in. He's in an egg.
Is he meditating?
Kind of. Yes. Yeah.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure I don't know I think this is it. Darth Vader. This is when they established that Darth Vader is like all fucked up under the suit. Like he's not a normal man. He's like this. He's disabled.
So
and
like
so
this guy, this officer
yeah.
like walks in and like he's turned around and there's like a shot of like the back of his like fucked up kind of like burned head, and then the helmet gets put on, and then he turns around and he's like, what is it?
Yeah,
we get like a little glimpse of like, oh, there's a person under there.
Yeah, there's a person under there, but he's like all fucked up. He's either in his suit or in that pod. Those are like, he can't be, it's like one or the other. He can't like be exposed to the regular air.
And then and there's a burgeoning romance between Han Solo and Leia.
Okay.
Which is sort of expounded upon in this movie.
Yeah.
Anyway. They go outside. They're hiding in a cave to run from the Empire, but they're like trying to explore because there's like weird alien fauna around. But then they realize that like the cave is moving and bellowing and howling. And then they're like, oh shit, we gotta get out of here. And then they're like running away and the walls are caving in and it's like the cave is collapsing and Han Solo's like, this isn't a cave that we're in. And they next slide, they fly out of the mouth of a big space worm who tries to eat them. It's a cool little set piece. It's a funny puppet that just like pops up. He's like, "Brah."
Yeah, the budget is high, but they also, I mean, it's an old movie, so they also rely on like a lot of like
There's a lot of like
puppetry.
really, really good practical effects in this movie, and there's also a lot of very funny puppets.
Yeah.
It's very charming. Anyway,
Okay.
What the fuck?
what do you think's happening in this picture?
Yoda's eyes are so different.
He's a little puppet.
Yoda
There,
seems so like
what I will say
loving.
is, what I will say is like, and I'm not even like a big Star Wars fan. The 3D really doesn't do Yoda justice because they hired the Jim Henson Company to do the puppetry for this movie. It was Jim Henson, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jim Henson.
And it was a conscious decision. Like, they put a lot of effort into Yoda. Like, you said, like, Yoda has really loving eyes. That's probably on purpose. Yoda's wrinkles are modeled after Einstein's wrinkles. So he, like, is not... Yeah, no, for real. So he, like, is an alien, but, like, he looks very human in a way. And, like, he's, like, very expressive. Like, they, like, went all out. Like, he, like he's, like, a fucked up little man, but, like... They did this thing where, like, they gave him, like, Einstein's wrinkles. Like, they did a bunch of, like, research, and, like, they made a puppet that was like, okay, this, like, could act next to, like, people. Like, it's like, and personally, in, like, in the newer movies where he's in 3D, it, like, doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, he's
it's
like a
not
CG
it's not
character.
there.
What the fuck is happening in this
Okay,
scene?
so what's actually happening is
Hang out, we must. Stay over, you will.
I just put in the shot for yucks and giggles. What's actually happening is he's carrying Yoda on his back like Kazooie, and he's like doing flips and running around and swinging on vines and stuff like that. And training.
Yeah. So yeah, Yoda does train Luke, and training involves like a lot of like
doing headstands and moving rocks and swinging on vines.
That imagine like what's like the workout that people make fun of? Is it CrossFit?
CrossFit.
Yeah, imagine like swamp CrossFit.
Yeah,
and like Yoda
Jedi
and like
swamp
and like
CrossFit.
Yoda is like riding around on Luke's back to like add weight. He's like
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's doing flips and shit.
Yeah.
Carrying him in his backpack like Kazooie.
Yeah.
But then they have a conversation, and he tells Luke he needs to confront his fears, and Luke is kind of like lured into a dark cave.
Yeah.
And it's all weird and like in a kind of weird, menacing, dreamlike sequence. He's kind of like in this weird cave.
It's a cave that like fucks you up. You see like the scariest shit in there.
Yeah, and Darth Vader shows up, and he's like, "Oh shit!" Takes out his lightsaber, and they have a quick battle in like weird 1980s slow mo, and Luke fucking chops his damn head off in the next slide, I think. He's like, bam, cuts his head off, and it fucking rolls to the ground, and the helmet like explodes in a weird way, and within the helmet is his own face. It's like a
foreshadowing.
It's weird foreshadowing, menacing, kind of like telling like, oh, there's some darkness in you, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of like mysticism in the original. Thinking about it now, there's like a lot of mysticism in the original trilogy that's like absent in the newer stuff.
Yeah, it's because like in the new movies, they're like, you already know what the Force is, and then they just kind of like take it for granted. So in the earlier movies, it was much more of like this kind of like spiritual, vaguely, I don't know, like vaguely Eastern religion sort of like life energy sort of thing. So there's a lot of like visions and strange things like this. Anyway. I just really liked the screenshot. Anyway, back in the
Meanwhile,
back in the Empire, so we see the Imperial ship, and is
that Boba Fett's feet?
No, that's a different alien.
Yes, no, that's what he looks like. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, he's Bowser feet. No, he recruits a bunch of Darth Vader recruits a bunch of mercenaries and bounty hunters to chase after the good guys, and you know the guy on the right.
Yeah, Book of Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett, that's him. And there's his pal IG-88 on the left, which you wouldn't know at all unless you played Shadows of the Empire for Nintendo 64, where he was a boss, which is why I remember him. So Luke is...
Damn, what the fuck's happening to Yoda?
he's
Yoda
bouncing.
Yoda makes Luke go hard. Luke is doing like handstand.
I thought they were both like strung up or something onto the ceiling or something like that.
No, he's doing a handstand and balancing Yoda on his foot.
Wow, yeah, that's not what I saw at all.
There's a lot of good effects in this movie that look very good in screenshot form. Anyway, so he's making Luke train and move rocks.
Yeah.
But Luke gets distracted because his
I thought he got hung. It looks like
Yoda...
Luke got like stepped on a trap and then like got swept up and then like Yoda was just like
Yoda gets hung and Luke does a handstand in celebration.
Yippee! Anyway, so Luke.
Oh, this is where he smokes weed?
No, that doesn't happen. Luke's ship crashes. It's like stuck in a bog, and then it sinks even further in the bog. And he's like, "Oh fuck my ship!" And he gets distracted. And Yoda's like, "Well, time to put your training to the test." And he's like, "All right, I'll try it." And he tries moving the ship, and he can't move it because it's too big. And he tells Yoda, "That's impossible. You're crazy, man." And he kind of like storms off.
You're a crazy swamp guy. What do you know? It's like,
what do you know? And then Yoda takes a deep breath and lifts his hand and effortlessly lifts the ship out of the bog and floats it above Luke's head.
Yeah, Yoda wasn't just making shit up. He like actually is a Jedi.
Yeah, he's actually like impossibly strong. But it's a really measured. Remember this for the prequels. It's a very measured show of power. It's not like he does a crazy final blast. He just like
he doesn't whip out a lightsaber.
Gently, he never has a lightsaber. He just gently extends his hand and moves an entire starship with his mind and floats it over Luke, which I think is the next slide. And it's like floating above, and there's like dramatic music playing. And Yoda and Luke's like, "Oh shit, dude," and Yoda's like, "Yeah, I know." And then we move on. Meanwhile, Han, Luke, and Han and Leia and Chewbacca and C-3PO are like, "We need to find somewhere we can hide." And Han Solo's like, "I know a guy. I'm an old friend of mine named Lando. He's on this cloud planet of Bespin." And so they go to the planet.
Another planet that's just one thing. It's just
one thing. It's just clouds. It's just a city in the sky. And they meet up with, I kind of spoiled it, but his good buddy Lando Calrissian, who is an ex-smuggler but now runs like a mining colony. He's played by Billy D. Williams, and also another beloved Star Wars character that makes his way into a lot of other shit.
Yeah,
and he's played by Donald Glover in the young Han Solo movie.
That's what I know. I don't know about
that's him.
The other stuff.
So anyway, but they meet up with them and everything seems hunky-dory. Meanwhile, Luke has a prophetic vision that his friends are in trouble and that they're being lured into a trap and something bad is going to happen to them. So he's like, "I can't train anymore." And Yoda's like, "No, you got to finish your training, dude. You gotta accept that bad things happen sometimes." And Luke's like, "No, I can save my friends," because he's seen into the future using the Force. So he abandons his training and he
I'm Han Solo.
Yeah, and then they do the dance. Yeah,
and then they do the dance.
The dance is coming up. Yeah,
the dance is coming up. Yeah, it's coming up in the next scene. No, Obi-Wan's like, "Whoa, hey."
Can Obi-Wan just show up wherever he wants to?
Yeah, he's just a ghost now. He basically just kind of
like he's dead, but like he's a ghost, and he kind of just goes wherever.
He can't do anything crazy, but like he can talk to Luke and shit.
He's doing the dance.
He's so happy the Cardinals.
It kind of looks like. It kind of is like he's doing the dance.
Yeah, I like that screen.
Han Solo.
So meanwhile, back with Luke has received a prophetic vision that his friends are going to be in trouble, and Leia kind of has a feeling that something's going wrong, but like. They're meeting with Lando, and it's like, yeah, everything's going pretty well here from the mining colony. And then he's like, "Oh shit, what do you think's happening here?"
Is this Darth Vader's house? No, it's not.
I mean, it could be.
It could be. It is in fact just
They're on. This is the gas planet.
Yes, they're still on
Yeah.
the gas planet.
This is Lando Calrissian's house.
Yeah, kind of.
More or less.
It's a trap.
Vader.
It's a trap.
He's like,
Lando works for Darth Vader.
Yeah, he's made a deal with Darth Vader that Darth Vader would leave his mining colony alone if he turns over Han and his friends.
Okay.
And Han tries to shoot him, but Darth Vader like literally blocks the bullets with his hands, and they're captured. And this is the room that happens in, by the way. Anyway, so Vader makes a deal with Boba Fett that Boba Fett can take Han to Jabba the Hutt, but they want to transport him in a.
They love handcuffs in this movie.
They love handcuffs in this movie. It's nice and low tech.
They got lasers, but
they want to preserve Han Solo in a special way that will trap him. And do you know what that is?
That's
You
carbonite.
Yeah. Next slide. There he is.
I'm so happy.
So happy the carbonite's
Yeah,
gone.
if you don't know anything about Star Wars, you don't know how funny it is for that Connect game to have him dancing in that room, because it's effectively the room where he
so
gets like
happy.
He's like
The carbonite is gone.
yeah, he's like this is what happens to him in that room.
He has like his final goodbye with Chewbacca and Leia, and he's like it's all we can do. Like, just get out of here safely, and then he gets fucking frozen in carbonite. But then
I'm so happy. The carbonite is gone. I'm moving on. I'm Han Solo.
I'm Han Solo. I'm Han Solo. I'm Han
Yeah,
Solo.
Luke is trying to rescue his friends here.
Luke shows up
Oh,
with
what the
R2-D2.
fuck is that black gas?
It's like a laser shot. He's in
Yeah.
a gunfight. So
Oh.
like someone shot the wall, and he's like he's having a shootout. So he gets there like just too late, but he squares off.
This is Han Solo. Oh,
No, Han Solo guys
Han Solo's in carbonite. He's in a rock slab right now.
This is Luke and Darth Vader.
Yeah,
the duel.
so they're having a show off, a showdown.
But they don't have
Nope.
weapons. They're just talking.
No, well, they have like a show off, and then they draw. I didn't get a screen cap of that. Oh, that was.
I thought you did.
I also thought I had one more there. Anyway, they have a big fight, and then
Damn! Now I know Luke gets shot.
they have a big fight, but then Vader gets the better of him and fucking chops his hand off.
Oh, it's a hand.
It's his hand with his lightsaber in it. It gets chopped off, and he's like,
He's holding a microphone.
And he was singing the Carbonite song, and then Vader's like,
Carbonite
stop
is
that.
gone. Why is he's red? There's like red stuff in his eyes.
I think it's just blood or just boozing. He's getting
He
crashed
got-
around.
he
It's a-
got
it's a
fucked
big
up.
fight scene. They're like
Yeah.
getting like thrown off platforms and flipping and hitting each other and shit. Got like a bunch of debris thrown at him. Anyway, but then he's got his hand chopped off. He's powerless. He gets backed into a corner, which I think is the next slide. Yeah, he's on top of this platform over like this huge fucking pit, and Darth Vader has him trapped, and he's like talking to him, and he tries to recruit him. He's like, "You should join us because the dark side is more powerful." And Luke's like, "No, I'm not gonna join you.
Now there's
You're you're a bad guy.
There's
Obi-Wan told
one
me that
bit
you're a
of
bad
Star
guy."
Wars that is like so famous, right?
Next slide, please. Is Vader? Vader tells Luke a terrible, terrible secret. Do you know what this terrible, terrible secret is?
That
If you legitimately don't know this, that's like insane. It's
No, hold
insane.
on. No, let him think.
Okay,
Let him
okay,
think.
Okay.
that
think.
that Han Solo died.
No.
No. I just want to say,
Luke, Han Solo is dead.
I just want to say that if you somehow don't know this, that is insane. Like, if you don't know this, but you knew, like, what a Wampa is, that, like, is so crazy to me.
He reveals a terrible, terrible secret. This
What
is
the fuck
very-
would he reveal with doing this? Being like,
It's actually that might not be the exact might not be the exact shot. I think in this shot he's like the power of the dark side, and he's like shaking his fist. But there's another shot like in the same frame where it's like his face and he's like looking at Luke, and he tells him a terrible secret. In fact, go to the next slide.
Yeah,
It makes Luke yell, "No!"
Oh, he's going, "No!" I know that part.
It's a secret.
No, but someone gets thrown off.
It's a secret that is so bad that it makes Mark Hamill's face do this.
He's so it's a terrible, terrible secret. He does fall into the pit after this, but what?
I thought someone threw Han Solo into the pit.
Hey, someone in chat said just let him watch the movie. Time them out.
Do you want any final guesses? Do you want to?
I want like a hint.
It's a terrible secret about.
I'm joking, by the way.
When he says it.
No, here's some context. So when Luke met Obi-Wan in the last movie, Obi-Wan talks about his dad. And Luke's like, "Oh shit, you knew my dad?" And he's like, "Yeah, your dad was a powerful Jedi Knight."
Oh, I know.
And Anakin
he says, "I'm your father."
Yeah, there you go. Good job. So Obi-Wan tells him, and Anakin Skywalker was killed by Darth Vader. And so this Darth Vader guy's like, "Oh shit, this is the guy that killed your dad." So
Who
then
the fuck's
like
Anakin Skywalker? That's
Anakin is Luke's dad. But in the scene,
what?
So in this scene, he's like, "You killed my dad, Anakin." And he's like, "No, Luke, I am your dad." And he's like, "Oh, fuck, no. Shit. Oh, shit." And then he falls into the hole. Because
Luke has two dads?
No, he has one.
Yeah, Darth Vader's gay.
That is a great answer. That's a great reaction.
No, sorry, I might have confused you. His dad's name is Anakin Skywalker. The reveal is that Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader.
Luke's dad is Darth Vader.
Yes, transitively, Luke Skywalker's dad is Anakin Skywalker.
That means that the
Darth
kid
Vader.
who I thought was Luke, who becomes Anakin, is actually baby Darth Vader.
Yes, exactly.
Baby Darth Vader. That's also a great way to look at it. Yeah,
that's entirely 100% true. You are right about that. Anyway, but Luke's "I'll never join you," and he throws himself into a pit. What were you saying?
I just have a small comment. I really love that his initial thought was that Darth Vader comes to tell him that Han Solo is dead because that means the song is about him dying. I'm happy the carbonite is gone. I'm free because I'm dead.
It is Scorpy. I just want to say how incredible it is that you couldn't just immediately name that. That is such.
I think it was because this shot helped me a little bit, but the frame of Darth Vader with the fist,
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
It was close to that one. I figured it would be good enough.
It's just so funny that you know what a Wampa is, and you know about Tatooine, but the one thing that anyone knows about Star Wars is the thing that's been spoiled for everybody is you know,
this is actually fun fact, production wise, this was a huge fucking secret. On set, on set, Mark Hamill's reaction is on set they were the big secret is Obi-Wan
What is
killed
Star
your dad.
Wars?
So he's reacting no, Obi-Wan killed my dad. But then they had James Earl Jones say the line, and literally it was a surprise when the movie came out that was it. Just
I'm
to
your
keep
father.
I'm your father, just to keep it even more of a secret. So it's like a legendary spoiler.
I think they should have stayed as Obi-Wan killing Luke's dad.
I remember the reason why I am so surprised that you don't know it, Scorpy, is you know, if you don't know everything about Star Wars, that's a given, right? But I remember growing up as a kid, I'm an immigrant, right? So I come to America and I'm watching cartoons and movies. People are just making "I am your father" jokes left and right. And as a kid that didn't know anything about Star Wars, I was like, what the fuck is this? I
didn't hear any of that
that's why I'm so surprised, because even as a kid, before I even watched Star Wars, I already knew that Luke Skywalker's dad was Darth Vader, because the jokes were everywhere.
I didn't see that. I saw like
That's amazing.
it was around the time I knew a lot about Mace Windu having a purple lightsaber.
That's so, I'm not even saying this facetiously. That is awesome. That's so great that you just did not know.
I just remember my purple square, and my purple square I got from McDonald's or Taco Bell or something.
Your purple Mace Windu square. Oh fuck, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah,
Anyway,
so Luke gets all fucked up, but he doesn't die. He falls into the hole, and he like narrowly survives.
he's like dangling above like a cloud planet,
Yeah.
dangling over nothing, and he uses the Force. Like Leia is running away with Lando and Chewie because Lando betrayed them, but then he had a change of heart, and he's like, okay, I'll help you guys get away because I feel bad about that. He didn't realize that Han Solo getting frozen in carbonite was what they were going to do. So, but then Luke like telepathically summons Leia, and she finds him, and they drive the Millennium Falcon back to him.
Yeah,
and they
catch
rescue
him.
I'm looking for my Mace Windu square. It was definitely a fast food like reward. I just don't remember
What was on the square? Like what kind of square?
It was some sort of mold.
Wait, I know what this is. Is this
What?
Is this? Did it come in a bag of Doritos?
Oh shit! Wait, let me.
I
look
had
that
a
up.
Yoda square.
What the fuck? Hang on.
Yes. That's exactly what it is.
Yup, I had a Yoda. I had a green Yoda square.
Wait, no, it says here that Mace Windu's green in these squares.
What?
It might have been
What?
Yoda that I had.
Oh, I remember these. Oh shit!
Sure.
You're unearthing this memory for me too.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna post it in here.
Hold on.
Oh my god. Yeah, these
These.
things. They're like puzzle pieces.
Yeah,
They're like little puzzle pieces that.
that's what I
interlock.
think that's what I was thinking of.
That's fucking awesome. Oh, I love that. That's so good.
Those.
Yeah, chat. This is what we're talking about.
I don't remember if I had one of these, but I absolutely remember these. That's so fucking funny. Like, I mean, it is a square, but I like referring to it as a square is like so perplexing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there was a
what does
puzzle
that mean?
aspect.
It's a puzzle piece, yeah.
Oh, what? This is all messed up. The Yoda one is purple, and the Mace Windu one is blue.
That's
might
why it messed me up.
Yeah, maybe they were like different colors. Like maybe Scorpy.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Someone in chat. Simpleton in chat says the lament configuration.
You made Scorpy go away again. Oh no, you brought him back. Okay. Anyway, so Luke gets a robot hand because he got chopped off.
Yeah.
They still have handcuffs, but they can make cybernetic arms. That's
Yeah,
no problem.
that's
no problem in Star Wars.
The more I think about it, I think Scorpion's right that they just have handcuffs, but then they hold this other sci-fi crap.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway, but there's a kind of bittersweet ending.
Yeah,
they kind of they're home safe and sound, but they need to rescue Han, who's been trapped, which leads us to Return of the Jedi.
So good, A New Hope, and then the bad guys strike back, and now it's the triumphant end.
The final Star Wars movie until 2014 or whatever it was. So surprise twist right from the get-go, they're building a
Death
new
Star.
They're building a new one. It's a one Death Star.
And this one has a lid over the hole, so it doesn't.
Yeah, you put a lid over the hole. They're not letting that happen twice. But it's not done yet, so there's still a bunch of vulnerabilities to it. So
it's cooking.
We see what the Empire is up to, and we hear about the Emperor who's going to come and personally oversee development or the finalized development of the Death Star. What's next? Oh, meanwhile,
I saw someone in the chat say, "Can we ask Scorpy what he thinks will happen?" I don't really. This is something I know nothing about. Maybe the prequels, but like
with the prequels will be a little more.
Yeah, the prequels were released while we were alive, so
Return of the Jedi. Who returns? Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's back.
Obi-Wan's back, baby.
Obi-Wan.
Chat, let us handle
a Jedi. Obi-Wan comes back.
Chat, let us handle it. We got it. I don't know why the hell are you? What are you doing?
I want. Who else would come back? Who's the Jedi but Obi-Wan and Luke?
Luke. Well, I
So
think,
aside from
okay,
Luke and
the kind of
Obi-Wan, who's a
confusing- okay,
Jedi?
the
Is
sort of
Han
confusing
Solo a
thing-
Jedi?
No, I think it's kind of like a confusing title in the scope of what we're discussing here. It's kind of like a the Jedi have been dead for like a long time because of events that happened in the prequels. There's like no Jedi left. Like Obi-Wan was like basically Obi-Wan and Yoda are like the last Jedi ever, pretty much. So Luke becoming a new Jedi is like the return of the Jedi. In broad terms.
I see.
Yeah.
So
I was
so
trying to
Luke,
think
Luke
of.
coming into his own, becoming.
I was trying to think of who is a character that could come
Yeah.
back.
I know, yeah,
Who's
yeah,
a lot
yeah.
like from
Yeah.
a long time ago.
That's confusing. That's
I
confusing.
keep
in
on
the
thinking
context
of General Harkin.
General Harkin.
Is General Harkin not a character?
No, what are you talking?
Who the
about?
fuck's Harkin?
I don't know.
Is there not a General Harkin?
There's a general something in the prequel. There's a General Grievous in the prequels. You might be thinking of.
I know General Grievous has the arm. Like
Yeah,
the
he's the
arms.
Hi, Holly.
You're probably thinking of either Grand Moff Tarkin or Baron Harkonnen from Dune. Okay, goodbye.
we've covered Grand Moff Tarkin. So
Harkin.
Maybe you're either thinking of Grand Moff Tarkin, who's that old guy from the first movie, or
It might be Grand Moff Tarkin.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the
or
original-
Baron Harkonnen from Doom.
Yeah, it
Doom, a
is.
different movie.
The title of this movie isn't like the best. It was originally going to be called Revenge of the Jedi, but then George Lucas was like, no, Jedis don't take revenge, so they just changed it to Return.
Jedis don't take revenge. Oh,
No,
yeah,
they're
because
like
they're
monks.
supposed to be.
They're like monks. They don't,
Oh, I see.
You know.
Yeah,
like
they're-
Yoda. Yoda's a Jedi.
Yeah, Yoda's
Yeah.
a Jedi, and Luke is becoming a Jedi very quickly.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
the Jedi are coming back. That's the idea.
And Mace Windu is a Jedi.
Mace
Yeah.
Windu is
Yes.
a Jedi. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So we meet C-3PO and R2-D2 who are back on Tatooine. We don't have a lot of context for why they're here, but they're going straight into Jabba the Hutt's palace to hopefully save Han Solo. We don't know yet. And then but they go inside.
Yeah.
You know this guy?
Yeah. Not. That's not the one that says like miso.
No, you're thinking of Jar Jar Binks from the prequels. I think Misa. That's Jar Jar Binks. No, this is Jabba the Hutt. This is famed crime boss.
Oh,
Jabba the Hutt.
okay.
Yeah.
I they start with the same letter. I got it.
Yeah. No, it's confusing. But anyway, so they meet with Jabba the Hutt, who's fucking vaping up a
Yeah,
storm,
he's
being
like
evil.
he's vaping.
And they kind of bargain for like, please give Han Solo back, and he's like, no, he's my wall decoration. I have him right where I want him. I think.
Oh.
What the fuck is that? Like, excuse me, you can't just own that.
Why did I put this slide here? It's
What
supposed to
the
be- Hey,
fuck?
do you know who this blue guy is?
Star Wars fan. This guy is like a nothing character, but Star Wars
Don't
fans
look at
love
chat
this
because
guy.
everyone is saying his name.
No, I'm not looking at chat.
And the chat is exploding with like unequivocal love for this guy. Everyone loves this guy. Everyone knows him.
Yeah, this guy on the left,
Fucking-
right here.
No, the guy on the right. The guy on the right.
Yeah, the blue one.
The
It's
blue
like
one.
it sounds like mosquito, right?
You're really close. That is really close. It sounds like that.
Mosquito.
It's like two names.
Mosquito.
It's like a first name and a last name.
What's the letters? First letters.
MR.
MR are the initials.
The initials are
MR.
MR. The initials are MR. It almost sounds like a normal name. It's like almost a name a human would have.
Yeah, the rule in Star Wars is if you're
Marth.
Marth from Fire Emblem. Yep.
I keep on thinking Mace Windu for some reason. That's the name is stuck in my head.
I know. It's
the rule with Star Wars is that if you're a human, you have a fucked up alien name like Mace Windu or like
Obi-Wan
Han
Kenobi,
Solo.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah, Qui-Gon Jinn. But if you're a fucked up alien, you have like a really normal, almost regular English name.
Yeah.
Mark.
Close.
That's really close.
M A is
Matt.
another MA name. One syllable M name.
One syllable M name.
It's not too common. Now that I think about it.
May?
No, masculine.
Somebody just said Mark
Mo?
Zuckerberg.
No, M-A. Not Mark, not Matt.
You don't know. Should we just tell you?
Wait. What's the first name?
It's Max.
Max.
His first name is
Max Rendar?
No, you're thinking of Dash Rendar, who is the main character of Shadows of the Empire for Nintendo 64.
Oh, okay.
This is we should just tell him. This is Max Rebo.
Okay, I would not have gotten
This is literally a background character in this movie who only shows up for like 2 scenes and everyone fucking
Do you want to take a guess as to what his job is though? Because
is he holding a bomb?
No, he's relaxing right now. This is him chilling. I didn't put a picture of him on the phone.
He's a musician. So like Jabba
he
the
plays
Hutt.
jizz.
Yeah,
yes, right.
Jabba the Hutt is like a crime lord, but he's kind of like an LA crime lord where, he's like rich and famous and he just has like rich like famous people hanging out. So he's just so Max Rebo is just like a musician hanging out, chilling, vaping.
Oh, sick.
He has
a cabal of musicians and performers. I thought I put this. Wait, holy shit! Integral. Oh shit! Integral information from Trish in chat. Apparently, the guy on the left's name is Droopy McCool.
That's a good musician name.
I don't need to fact check that. That's probably right. That's just how Star Wars is, man. I thought I put the slide later. Anyway, so there's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I meant to have this one next. So,
what, they just have him on display?
Yeah,
he's a trophy for Jabba.
I can't believe you didn't know about Droopy McCool.
I didn't know about Droopy McCool.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, Han Solo. Yeah, so like when
Jabba is not gone yet.
Yeah, when Jabba said that like he wanted Han Solo, he didn't like this is it. Like he wants him like just as a trophy, like.
Because Han Solo has gotten his goose too many times, and he's like, "Fuck you! You're gonna be a trophy forever, bitch." And because important fact, Han Solo is still alive. He's frozen.
Yeah, he's like frozen forever, technically.
Han Solo. And then, but Han Solo is rescued by a mysterious alien who kind of like sneaks their way into.
What happens? He just pops him out of the block?
Basically, they sneak in the middle of the night, and then they like press some buttons on the side, and then he like melts out of it.
They kind of like defrost him.
Yeah, they defrost him out of it, and then he falls down. He's got like
hibernation. Look how happy
sickness.
he is.
He's all fucked up.
If you got frozen for like a few months and you got defrosted, this probably is how you'd react.
I'm so happy.
He's so happy the carbonite is gone. Anyway, do you know the mysterious?
God damn it! I'm sorry. I keep jumping the gun.
No, it's fine. He gets rescued by Princess Leia.
I'm fucking it up. I'm sorry. I'm fucking it up.
It's okay. But then they get. I don't think I included a picture. But then they get ambushed by Jabba, who knew that they were gonna try to spring him. So they all get captured again. And thrown back in jail. But this time Han Solo's okay.
Yeah,
he's a little sick from being frozen, but he's
for some reason Jabba doesn't go like, all right, get back in, and we're gonna refreeze you.
Yeah. I think freezing him was like a huge process. Like they needed like the huge machine that was on Bespin, so I guess they just can't do it.
Jabba doesn't have it at his house.
Yeah, he doesn't have it at his house. He would need to bring him to another place. Anyway. Next slide, I think is. Oh yeah. What do you think's happening here?
I mean, it looks like he's being choked out.
This is in fact a tearful reunion with his friend Chewbacca, who's very happy to see him. It does look like it's
Han Solo doesn't look happy.
No, he's.
I mean, he just got like. He just got defrosted, and then now he's in
he
jail
literally
again.
can't see. He's like partially blind for the first while because he's like fucked up from the carbonite. But he's still trapped and they're still in danger. But he has a wonderful reunion with Chewbacca, and hopefully everything's gonna be okay. Because guess who shows up to help? But Luke
Yoda.
Luke Skywalker.
What's Yoda up to?
Shown up, not Yoda. Yoda's not shown up.
Yeah, Yoda's chilling in the swamp.
We
Is
haven't.
Luke evil now?
No, he just he just looks like that. No, he's just got a cool robe. All Jedis have cool robes. Just some of them have spookier robes than others. He's just got like a cool brown robe. Anyway, he's come and he's like, "Hey, Jabba the Hutt, release my friends, or I'm gonna fucking kill you." And they're like, "Ha, that's rich coming from you, idiot. We're gonna drop you in a pit." And then they drop him in a pit, where he has to fight.
Wait, who the fuck are the people? Who is that?
This is like
Where the orcs must die.
Jabba's like a rich guy. He's just like it's like a house party. He's got musicians over. They're vaping.
The pigs on the left are his guards. They're like these big clumsy pig guards.
Yeah,
okay.
and then everyone else is like a rich famous person on Tatooine.
It is framed like that is like Luke's crew. That's why I thought he was evil.
Again, I did not take these in the most practical order. Anyway,
next slide.
I think next slide. I think this is. Oh, okay.
Whoa, that looks great.
He gets.
What is this?
Yeah, man. He gets dropped into a pit. He fights a monster and wins. And so Jabba's like, "To hell with you! I'm gonna execute you guys in the desert." So they take them on a. That's
Tatooine.
Jabba's. They're on Tatooine. Yes, that's Jabba's pleasure barge. And they've taken Luke and company on the small ship, and they're gonna kill him.
Yeah, it's literally called his pleasure barge. He is like a rich guy.
What's
that just
the little
parties
other
a lot.
ship beside it?
Oh, the little ship is what they're on. It's like a tiny ship.
It's like a dinghy. It's a dinghy. They got him on a
like
dinghy,
it's the
and they're
same.
gonna.
Yeah,
Looks like it's the same shape.
It's just scaled down. Yeah, it's pretty much the same shape.
Yeah, they got him on like a little dinghy, and they're gonna throw him in the hole.
It's a solo pleasure barge.
Yeah. Next slide. Well, it's not really a pleasure barge because
whoa, what the
they're gonna do this to him.
What is that? That definitely looks like something.
This is the horrible Sarlacc pit, which is
that
like it's
Jedi,
like a monster.
That's where the Jedi's return.
Yeah, they
return to the womb.
They dive like Link in Tears of the Kingdom and dive straight into the hole. No, it's like an awful monster.
This is my
that
first
digests
experience
you forever.
with this movie.
And Luke is like forced to walk the plank, and then everyone's laughing like, "Haha, you're gonna die." And then he's like, "One last warning."
I really hope people see the thumbnail for the stream as this.
I hope.
I really hope people are like.
But he's like, "One last time, Jabba, let us go, or I'm gonna fucking kill you." And they're like, "Haha, fuck you!" And then they force him to walk, but then he gets the upper hand, and R2 is on the pleasure barge and launches his lightsaber at him, and then like a big fight happens.
Yeah.
And
that part you can go see the movie to see the fight.
You can go watch the movie.
Yeah. Here's a screenshot.
Like a heroic fight starts.
It's like Mad Max.
It's like Mad Max.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, it's got Mad Max vibes.
All the enemies in the scene do very much look like Mad Max extras.
Next slide.
Keep going.
Oh,
and guess who's back?
Where's Boba Fett's gun?
He actually got cut in half by Luke in the last shot. I forgot to include it. It's like he points a gun and then Luke like swings his lightsaber at it and chops it in half. So now he has like a grappling hook on his arm that he's trying to like attack Luke with. And he so part of the reason, and this is just a Star Wars cultural thing, part of the reason why people love Boba Fett so much is, one, he has a very cool mask design.
Yeah.
He looks really cool. He's a cool bounty hunter guy. Two, he dies in like the most unceremonious fucking slapstick way possible, and everyone was really mad. Where like he's gonna attack Luke, and like Han Solo is like fighting blind, and he's like grabbed an enemy staff, and like Chewbacca's like, "Boba Fett's right behind you." He's like, "What? Boba Fett? Where?" And he like turns around too fast and bumps into Boba Fett's jetpack, and then he like fucking launches him into the side of the ship, and then he rolls into the hole and dies.
Yeah.
And he's dead forever. Everyone got so mad.
Everyone loves this character, but this is just another character that like dies in a goofy way.
Yeah. A great fight.
Is that
scene,
Luke?
Chris.
Yeah.
That's Luke. That's Luke kicking. That's Boba Fett flying in the background. He's like he's careening. There's a really good gif of this whole shot is just so fucking great. Like,
yeah, you should watch.
like Mark Hamill kicks him, but like the hit clearly doesn't connect in the
Word.
Luke's
after,
got
like, reels back.
the fit. Luke's got the banana
He
republic fit.
does.
He's got-
he
yeah.
is like dripped out in this
The
last
Chanel
movie.
boots.
Yeah. We're giving you like a synopsis, but you really should watch these movies.
Yeah,
now
yeah,
that you're allowed to, you should watch these movies.
We're just exposing to you in glimpses. Anyway, they get the upper hand. They swing around. They like blow up the ship. They kill Jabba. Leia actually is like been captured by Jabba and is like his slave servant, and then like chokes him out. And they win, and they escape, and they kill Jabba and all of his bad guys, and everything's hunky dory, and that's it for that. And meanwhile, the bad guys are on the Death Star. And the Emperor shows up, the bad guy. That's him.
So yeah, this is
Oh
Palpatine.
shit!
What's good, homeboy?
No, he just appears. No.
Well, there's a lot of fanfare. There's like a scene where Darth, like near the beginning, Darth Vader meets with one of the Imperial generals, and the general's like, we're working as hard on the Death Star as we can, and Darth Vader's like, not good enough, and they're like, well, we're trying our best, and he's like, well, you can tell that to the Emperor, and the other guy's like scared shitless. He's like, the Emperor's coming, and it's like, yeah, you'd better be ready to answer to him. So there's like very clear, like everyone fucking fears this guy. Like,
Yeah.
he's a weird fucking old man in a robe. But he meets with
Meanwhile,
meanwhile, Luke.
Why Yoda looks fucked up? What happened?
actually-
He got like he stuck his head in a beehive.
Well, actually, funny you should say that. Yoda is in fact dying. He's in his old age. He's in his old age. He's very sick.
When does he say something bad?
He doesn't say anything bad. He's just
you're
fucked
thinking
up.
of a funny Tumblr post.
Okay,
He doesn't
I thought that was
actually
also
say-
like.
He doesn't actually.
I mean, I thought
say
it was
a
like
bad
based
word.
off of like. I thought it was based off of like Yoda. Yeah, Yoda's like that kind of person or something.
No.
Yeah, that was real. This is literally like his last moments. But he's
Yeah, I knew he
Anyway.
wouldn't say anything like explicitly bad, but I thought it was like implicating like he just does something in the movie that's like bad.
no, he doesn't say that. But he is dying. Luke kind of regrets running off in the last movie and not finishing his training, but it's too late now. But
That's too late.
Yes.
You can't.
Why Luke is also dressed like a bad guy.
he's just wearing like a cool black outfit in this movie. This
Weren't
is
all
like
the other
before-
Jedis wearing like the? Like
This is
the-
Okay,
Jedi
this is
are supposed
before-
to be dripped out.
This is
The
before
beige,
they like canonized brown robes as like the Jedi thing. This was just like, oh, whatever. He has a costume. So like he's wearing like a kind of slick black outfit that does actually kind of look kind of like a bad guy outfit, but no, he's just dripped out in this movie for no reason. But he asks
Black on
Yoda,
black?
is black on black? He asks Yoda, is it true that Darth Vader is my father? And Yoda's like, yeah, it's true. And he's like, oh fuck. And then Yoda's like, so long, homeboy, and he just vanishes.
Yeah.
And his
Why he just
like, falls down.
disappears?
Yeah,
Because-
Jedi don't die normally. They kind of like
No,
fade away.
not all Jedi.
Well,
If Jedi are super special, they can become ghosts, and if they become ghosts, they literally just vanish when they die.
So Yoda wasn't special. Oh, I guess he
No,
was.
he is special, so he does disappear rather than.
So he just becomes blankets.
he becomes blanket.
yeah.
And then Luke has a next slide. Luke has Luke has a heart to heart with Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
What,
like,
do you think,
yeah.
what do you think they're talking about? What is other question they're talking about?
That Luke, I refuse to believe that the outfit doesn't mean something. It must be like, well, if your dad is Darth Vader, you could be bad too if you wanted to.
Truthfully, I don't know. I don't know why they gave him like a sauced out black outfit for this movie, but that's just what he's wearing. It's just like I think
they're
okay,
talking
there's
about
like,
where he got his fit.
there's like a little
Obi-Wan's
bit of,
like, where'd you get it?
there's like a little bit of like, oh, Luke, if you turn to anger, like because like what Darth Vader wants is for Luke to become a bad guy with him, right? So there's like some kind of internal conflict where like
It's like a Tony Hawk grinding mini game, except it's good and bad on both sides.
It's exactly like a Tony Hawk grinding mini game. You're right. It's a delicate balance between being a Jedi and a Sith. Anyway, he's having a heart to heart with Obi-Wan. Dead ass. He's like, Obi-Wan, why didn't you tell me my dad was Darth Vader? And Obi-Wan's like, well, I told you that Darth Vader killed your dad. And that day, the person who your dad was stopped existing and became Darth Vader. So in a way, I wasn't really lying. Like, dead ass. That's exactly what he says. Which is
you just
stupid.
fucking gaslit me,
You
Obi-Wan.
fucking gaslit Luke. Yeah, exactly.
God
Kinda.
So they have a bit more of a talk, and Yoda says something like kind of mysterious as he dies, where everyone's like, Luke, you're the last hope for the Jedi. Luke, you're the last hope for the Jedi. But then Yoda says, no, there's another. And so he's talking to Obi-Wan. He's like, what the fuck did he mean? And it's like, well, turns out, homeboy, you got a sister. You have a twin sister out there in the world. And
Ray.
Luke
Again, for someone who knows nothing about Star Wars,
That's a good guess.
like that's not a bad guess, right?
That's not a bad guess, but Rey did not exist.
No, yeah, they didn't.
That was entirely a new character for the new movie.
That is like
No.
30 years later, or
Yes,
20 years later. Wait, no,
so-
30. Yeah.
About a clean 30 later. But but then Luke thinks about it and he realizes the thing that he's sort of known is that Leia is his sister. And it turns out Leia has latent force powers that could be awakened. But so that's just another big reveal for this scene. But then Luke's like, I gotta go fight Darth Vader. That's what I gotta do.
Basically, he's like, okay, I gotta go fight Darth Vader.
Everyone's like, Obi-Wan's like, you have to confront Darth Vader. You have to kill him. And he's like, no, I can save him. There's still good in him. I know it. Even though he's a fucked up, evil, spooky bad guy, there's still good in them. But he goes back to help the rebels. And what happens next? So they have a briefing scene about the new Death Star. It's a big hologram.
That's the Death Star?
That's actually a planet. The sort of red. This is not a very good screenshot. The sort of red thing off next to the planet is the Death Star. It's like orbiting a planet. So they're giving a big demonstration. But more or less, the new Death Star also has like a big flaw where you can fly into the middle of it and blow up an energy reactor and blow the whole thing.
Yeah, so they covered one hole and then they left another one open.
They left another, but they were a little smarter this time because the planet has a shield generator on it that's like covering the Death Star, so they can't get close to it. So they have a plan where like a bunch of ships are going to wait outside the Death Star, and then a small team is going to go to the planet and turn off the shield so they can attack the Death Star and blow it up to shit. But that's more or less what's covered in that briefing scene, because it's still under construction.
Yeah.
See, it's not quite done.
They're making it.
There's quite a few holes.
There's quite a few holes that they can fly into. Exactly.
Yeah, they're still making it.
It's orbiting the forest moon of Endor, which is again just a single biome planet.
Yeah, it's forest planet.
Next slide. Oh yeah, so they have like a Imperial ship that they stole and they fly to the planet, and everything seems to be going sorry. And then they ride their cool bikes around.
What the hell?
They get there's
is that
like
Luke and Leia?
That's Luke and Leia. Yeah. There's like a scene where they run into some Imperial guards on the planet, and they're like, "Oh shit, they saw us. We have to stop them before they warn the Empire that we're here." So they have a cool bike chase scene.
This is the scene. This is a scene that exists only so it can be in the video game.
More or less, yes, pretty much. Like video games weren't really a thing back then, but like if this were a modern movie, 100%.
Yeah.
People love making scenes like in Shadows of the Empire, the N64 game. Like there's literally a scene where you ride like this exact speeder as you like race to go somewhere. At this point, Star Wars is so big. They're just thinking. They are thinking about what to sell for toys, like big set pieces, merchandise, toys, and stuff like that. But anyway, so there's a big fight.
What do you think?
Luke and Leia get separated.
Yeah,
and then Leia Leia meets this cuddly character.
What do you think this guy is? Oh wait, Scorpy's feet is frozen. Uh-oh.
Scorpy, are you there?
Scorpy?
We may have lost contact with Scorpy.
Uh-oh. Scorpy's typing in chat. Oh no.
Oh shit, his computer blue screened.
What?
What the fuck?
Okay, well, we're gonna go to an intermission then.
We gave him too much Star Wars knowledge.
We're gonna go on BRB for a moment. Hopefully Scorpion will be back soon. Alright, we're on BRB. Hopefully Scorpion will be back soon.
We'll be back in a bit.
I assume
Stay tuned.
Yeah, I assume his computer will be back.
Hopefully.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm also gonna get up and take a break.
Yeah, me too. I need water.
Oh, in the meantime, I'm gonna go. I just realized I should probably thank everybody who's been donating and resubbing and whatnot. Oh, Scorpio, are you back? Okay, well, Scorpio,
Hello.
hey, damn, your computer blue screened?
Yeah, my computer just blue screened. For
Oh
no
my
reason.
god, dude, learning about Star Wars is stressing your computer out. I'm sorry. All right, while we're on BRB and we get set back up, I'm gonna go ahead and thank a whole bunch of people who are so awesome and generous today. Thank you, Dog Yelp. Thank you, Lol Cannon. Thank you, Anonymous, for another additional gift sub, whoever you may be. Thank you, Omega Smiley Face, Pickles Disaster, Oki with the resub. Thank you, and Transta, Ghost Phase Moon, Mike dropping 5 gift subs. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Moop. Thank you, Crystalline Chaos, Wayne, Brody Quest, Wesley, Freeman's Mind episode 27, Chaozu Comedy, Datafract, Nisak Tango, Pikmin Lily, Zap Shazam, Hrunting Hilt, Just for Warframe, LOL, 12.5, Rowan Root, Lumpy, Scared V2, Weed Homer 69, Sore Oz, yo, what's good? Dark Web Prosciutto with the gifts up, Professor Pangloss, Duck Tummy 1, Combo Skiller, and Mads is bad. Thank you guys for the support. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna keep going, okay? Apologies for the intermission.
It's fine. We got to rest. Everyone's got to take a break sometime.
Hi, I interviewed
Hi.
a story. I just am having fun watching, but I think one of my boyfriend's friends has
I have also never watching Star
knowledge
Wars, and
comparable
this
to
is the
Scorpy
closest
in
I
the
to
tier
it I
of
will ever get.
Star Wars because they have only ever watched Part 7.
Okay.
We insisted then that like the other Star Wars movies are good, but also they're just kind of like, well, no one I know is in them. Like, why would I want to see like some old ass movies? Like Adam Driver's not even in them. Like, I just don't know who I'd relate to here.
That's awesome.
It's like half facetious, but also I think they're the person who my boyfriend watches like every Christmas. They watch like the Christmas Carol completely, and they think they saw the Muppets for the first time then, and they were really confused like about the concept of Muppets.
Oh man, Star Wars would confuse them. There's like fucking Jim Henson puppets everywhere. Oh, that's fucking funny.
All right. Yeah, I blue screen. I don't know what happened. I think my computer's been on for too long.
Oh no.
Okay, I am back. Let me get Scorpy's webcam feed back up.
This is the last of the movies that I know absolutely nothing about.
Yeah, when we get to the prequels,
the
we're gonna
will be a bit more of like an interview.
Yeah, when we get to the prequels, we're gonna really grill you.
I took less screenshots of the prequels, but it'll just be more general ground.
Right, we're gonna really grill you. All right,
we're not gonna grill you.
I guess
I want to be grilled.
Okay, we'll grill you then. So this is a cuddly character, a tiny little bear creature that's
Take a quick guess as to what their name is. What like the name? Not this character's name specifically, but like
the species.
Yeah, their whole species. What's their name? What do you think their name is?
The same name keeps coming up in my head, but it's not.
Wampus?
And it's a Wampus or like Waka or.
No, that's the game that Wayne's been playing.
Not Mace Windu.
Does it start with a W?
No, it starts with an E. It's a 2-syllable
Ewok.
Yes, there you go.
Hey, so you do know this.
These are Ewoks.
Yeah.
So an Ewok kind of like is scared of Leia, but she's like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm just here." And then they make fast friends, and he brings her back to his tribe, and she finds sanctuary there.
Yeah.
We cut back to the other guys who get caught in a fucking
I see the Chanel boots.
Yeah. Looney Tunes snare with Luke Chanel boots dangling out. They get captured by the Ewoks similarly, but they see C-3PO, and like these guys have like never seen a robot before, so they're like, "Oh fuck, this guy is our new god." And because C-3PO like knows a lot of languages because he's like a robot, he's like, "Oh, he can understand what they're saying and translate." So he's like, "Oh, I guess they're considering me their new god." And then meanwhile, the other ones of them are next slide, I think. Yeah, they're gonna cook them.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
They're gonna cook them over a spit and eat them. So things aren't looking good for them, and they're trying to like bargain their way out of it. But they have C-3PO on a throne, like worshiping him. Like they're gonna have a feast in his honor. But then so they're like trying to get out, and yeah.
Hey, R2-D2 is just chilling. He's
just chilling.
He doesn't get to be a god, but they do just leave him alone.
Yeah. But Luke is like, now 3PO, tell them that if you don't let us go, you'll use your magic and you'll be very angry. And 3PO's like, what are you talking about? I don't have magic. But then Luke uses his force powers to make C-3PO's chair float above them. And they're like, and they start panicking and they release him. And everything turns out just fine. And they make friends. And then they're all settling down.
They talk about how they're siblings.
Yes, this is in
actually
fact what that is.
Does Leia know?
No, Leia doesn't know. So Luke actually like reveals it to her. Like he kind of starts to like, how much do you remember about your parents? And she's like, I don't remember much. And she's like, and Luke's
what
like,
if I told you you had a brother?
What if I told you you had a brother? He's
What
like, he's like, I'm gonna go fight Darth Vader. And she's like, no, you can't. And he's like, I have to. And if something bad happens to me, you're the only hope for the Jedi left. And she's like, what are you talking about? I don't have force powers. And he's like, you do, because you're my sister.
You do, sister.
You do, my sister. Anyway, gotta go. And then he leaves.
Yeah.
I am your brother.
I'm your brother. And so Luke more or less turns himself in, meets with Vader.
Yeah, and Vader's kind of like
Vader just shows up wherever he wants.
He's a
powerful person.
Yeah.
Why didn't he just? Oh, he doesn't want to kill him.
He did know that Luke was here because they established that like people with the Force can kind of like sense each other. So like Vader more or less has like a Luke radar, and they can kind of like, sense each other. So
it's like Jason Vision in Friday the 13th.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Vader was already
That's a good way
on
to
the planet.
it.
He was already on the planet because he knew the rebels were going to attack because he could sense that Luke was nearby. So anyway, but Luke turns himself in to keep his friends safe and also to face his fears. Luke's like, I know there's still a good guy in there. And he's like, shut up. No, there isn't. I'm going to take you to the Emperor now. And then he does to initiate him into being a bad guy. And then
Used
Luke's
his-
like, well, I guess my father really is dead. And it's sad.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah, and then they go see the Emperor.
You go see the Emperor.
This is like
I
a
can't believe
famous
that's
shot.
like I can't believe that's like the bad guy.
What's good,
It's
homeboy?
so
Yeah, what's good,
goofy.
homeboy?
So goofy.
Yeah, he has a big chair in front of a window. And
That's
he's
the
like,
person who sends me like threats over Xbox Live.
Yeah, but he's like, hey, Luke, you're a dumb bitch, and your friends are gonna die. You think you got the
Yeah.
upper hand? They're gonna fucking die, bitch, and you're gonna join me. And he's like, no way, Jose. And then he's like, you think so? Watch this. And then the rebels launch their attack on the shield generator, but then they get ambushed by the Empire. And so like the guys all show up to blow up the Death Star, but then the Death Star shield isn't down. So they're like, oh fuck, we're sitting ducks out here. And then a big battle happens. Was the next slide?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, this is them showing up. They're like, all right, we're ready to take on the Death Star. The shield should be down by now, but then it's not down.
Psych.
And
Get on.
next
Are
slide.
those the shields?
No. Okay. You know who this guy
What
is.
the fuck?
You know who this guy is.
Who's this guy, Scorpy?
I asked you to remember a name earlier.
If you did you
He's a high-ranking military officer in the rebellion.
did you use the internet in
Important guy.
2002?
General. Not General Harkin.
Admiral?
Oh, Admiral Akbar.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is Admiral Akbar, who's in charge of the attack on the Death Star. But then they realize the shield's still up, and all these Imperial ships have shown up to attack them. And he says his famous phrase that all Star Wars fans love. Do you know what that is? It's very general. It's not like a specific thing. He just says something that everyone loves.
It's,
They get
it's not
ambushed.
use the Force.
No, it's not use the Force. They've just been ambushed by the Empire. His second in command is like, Admiral, there's ships behind us. They've got us surrounded. And he makes a horrible realization and declares, this is
like,
literally like
enable warp boost.
I'm telling you, if you were on the internet anytime in the early aughts,
Yeah.
you saw a GIF.
I wasn't
of this
really.
guy.
I didn't really get on the internet until like 2005, 2006.
Okay, even then, you saw like anytime from like the aughts into the 2010s, you saw a GIF with this guy with some text on it. You for sure know what he says. It's just a general declaration. It's nothing specific. There's no names. There's no anything crazy. He just declares something.
Wow. Luke.
It's almost not fair because it's so
It's almost not fair because
general.
there's literally nothing significant to this line in the
Yeah.
context of the movie. There's nothing
It's
special about the
not
scene
fair.
whatsoever.
It's not fair to Scorpy. It's
but
so not
it's
fair.
it's a meme. It's a meme. It's been memed 100,000 times to death. Everyone on the internet posts GIF of this guy.
It's not use the Force.
It's not use the Force. It doesn't involve warp drive. It doesn't involve Luke. They've just been ambushed by the Empire. They're in deep shit.
Should we tell him just for the sake
use
of
your
time?
boost.
Use the boost to get through. Do you want the answer?
Sure. I'm not gonna get it.
He declares it's a trap.
I don't.
Really?
Wow,
Okay.
that's surprising.
That's just genuinely not from like a you don't know about Star Wars angle, but like
I
just
think I remember seeing a GIF of this thing, but I don't remember the text that was on it.
His famous phrase. They get.
I know I saw a GIF of this thing going like talking.
Yeah,
but
he's going ba ba ba, and he says,
I thought it was like
"Trap!"
a Star Fox thing.
Yeah, he's like a Star Fox talking head. Yeah. Anyway, they get trapped, and by the way, Han Solo, Leia, Chewbacca, and the droids are the surface force that are gonna unlock the shield, but they get ambushed. There's a whole platoon of soldiers and some crazy walkers waiting there to stop them.
How did I know the name Admiral Akbar? I don't know. How did I know Wumpa?
How'd you know Wumpa? How'd you know?
And shit I saw somewhere at some point. It just stuck in my head.
The stuff that you've absorbed through like popular culture is so funny to me that you know that you don't know what he says, but you know it's Admiral Akbar. You don't know.
It's literally
it's like
there will be like the information is like a ball, and then it will go into my head, and then it'll like before it reaches my brain, it like bounces off of my ear canal and it loses like mass, so information falls off. So by the time it reaches my brain, there's like maybe like 80% of the information, or like 80% of the information is gone. I just like I remember like a random thing.
So yeah,
anyway.
they got captured. They get captured again.
They get captured again, but then they get ambushed by the Ewoks, who have the terrain advantage. They
How marketable.
Sticks, very marketable. Yeah, they have sticks and stones and rock traps, but they
Yeah, this looks like a playset already.
Yeah, you can fucking visualize the playset already. But then a big battle happens, and they not all is lost. They fight to destroy the shield generator, but meanwhile, Luke's on the in the place, and the Emperor's like, yeah, we're kicking your ass, dude. Like, look out the window. You can see all your ships getting blown up. Doesn't that make you angry? Don't you want to hit me? Don't you want to hit me? And Luke's like, no, okay, maybe I do. And then he takes out his lightsaber and then gets into a big fight with Darth Vader. And the Emperor is like winning him over because he's making him angry, and being angry is part of the dark side. So there's a big climax. So now is the big climactic fight with Darth Vader, more or less.
Yeah, so like, yeah, it's like basically like Jedi are like monks, right? They're supposed to be stoic and calm. So they're trying to like elicit like an angry reaction to him, to try to get him to turn bad. They want to make him into a bad guy like his daddy.
Yeah. And it's
working. It's
working. He fucking cuts off Vader's hand, and he's like about to fucking kill him. But then he has a moment of reflection where he realizes that Vader also has a robot hand, just like
it's like The Last of Us.
It's just just like The Last of Us Part 2.
I love that. Like, most people would like. It's great that like that's what you're comparing it to.
Because everyone would make everyone thinks of these connections the other way around. Yeah. Everyone sees those things and says, "Oh, like Star Wars," but you're identifying like the result. You're identifying the result of all this Star Wars knowledge, which is great. But anyway, he says, "No,
that's the fucking scene."
He's like, "No, I'm not gonna kill him." And the Emperor's like, "Suit yourself, bitch!" And then fucking zaps the shit out of him. Like fucking shocks him. And then like Vader gets up and Luke's like, Dad, help, and then Vader's like, fuck, what do I do?
I like this too. But yeah.
Vader's like, he's like trying to decide. He's watching his son get tortured.
Palpatine is enjoying electrocuting someone so much that he doesn't realize that the incapacitated guy on the ground gets up and picks him up like a child.
Next slide. Fucking lugs him above his head. It's kind of hard to see.
The lightning is still coming out. That's how much Palpatine's
still coming out. He's like
Palpatine likes electrocuting people more than food. Like, he's getting picked up like a child, and he's still shooting out the electricity.
Yeah, someone in chat described it as midstream, which is a really like he can't stop it. Yeah. Anyway, he grabs a fucking chucks him into the pit.
He's still doing it.
Still emitting. He emits lightning all the way down, and then like fucking explodes for whatever reason. And then Vader's like weakened, and like Luke hurries to him. But meanwhile, the shield is down. They succeed, and all the ships fly into the Death Star.
The good guys are the shield's down. The good guys win.
The good guys are winning. They're bringing it back. They fly into the Death Star, and I think the next shot is the generator.
Yep.
Yeah, there's like a
Yeah.
cool looking generator in the center of it, and
Yeah, so it's not a
fly
hole this
in.
time. Instead, it's a MacGuffin that they gotta
it's
find
a
and
MacGuffin
shoot.
they got to blow up. Exactly,
Yeah.
it's a weak point. So they run in, they blow it up, and they win. They blow up the second Death Star. Everyone gets off okay. Everyone's happy. Luke.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Did I? Oh, I think I missed a slide. Oh, I did miss a slide. There's a slide. Okay, there's a part in the movie where like Luke's on the ship. He's dragging Darth Vader on, and Darth Vader's like about to die, and he's like, "Luke, take my mask off." And he's like, "What? You're gonna die. You need that mask to live." And he's like, "No, I want to look at you one last time with my own eyes." And then he uncorks him, and Vader looks all fucked up and burned.
Yeah,
Hang
he's
on.
like a burn victim.
Wait, I think I must have left it out. Hang on, let me put it in.
We've Scorpy can watch the movie now.
We can watch-
He's allowed to watch the movie
Okay,
now.
whatever. We can watch the movie anyway. Yeah, but there's a touching scene where he's like Luke, you like he's like Luke's like, no, I wanted to save you, and Vader's like, you already have, and then fucking dies, and then Luke takes him and cremates him, gives him a honorable death
How
No,
did he save him?
because
It-
he brought back the bridge.
spiritually.
Spiritually
What did he do that was good?
He reminded Vader of his humanity. Darth Vader is like an evil motherfucker who just did shit because that was the only thing he knew how to do. He was just this awful, awful person. And Luke's like, no, you were a good person once before you became a bad guy. I believe the good guy's still in there.
Because he saved Luke?
He threw the Emperor off
Yeah, he threw the
off a
Emperor-
bridge, and the Emperor blew up.
And it was like a good act. It's the first good act that Darth Vader had done in like decades. And so like right before he died, he finally like redeemed himself,
Yeah.
right? So Luke brought him back to his senses right before he passed away. So it's a bittersweet death. Anyway, they have a big party.
they
They
have
won.
fireworks.
The Emperor's dead. The Empire's scattered to the winds. They have fireworks. They have a big party. Everyone's dancing. They have a funny song. They have a Yub Nub song. Yub Nub.
Yup, a what song?
There's a song that they sing that goes like Yub Nub, Yub Yub Nub. They're like singing in like an alien language, and it's like all fun and jovial. So they're all gathering, and Luke's off to the side, kind of lurking. But then he looks and he sees the ghosts of Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan.
Who the fuck is the other person?
This
That's
is-
Darth Vader.
This is
So
what Darth Vader is supposed to look like if he never turned evil.
What?
Yeah, so that's like he's been redeemed.
And he does
Also-
look like a dad, so you know?
Okay, yeah. So I have to mention just a quick aside. I took these screenshots from a version of the movie that I have called the despecialized versions because in the 90s they like remastered the movies and added like a bunch of weird CG, changed a bunch of shit to kind of like line up with the prequels and stuff like that. And they do not sell like the theatrical copy anymore. Like you cannot find it.
Oh,
anywhere.
Scorpy, your webcam. Oh.
Oops.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm
I was
good.
worried that you blue screened again.
So when they
you go.
went back to this scene, because that's just the actor for Darth Vader in like normal.
Yeah,
normal
like they
makeup.
just took the
when they
guy
went back
and
to
they-
this movie, they inserted Hayden Christensen.
Do you
into
have
the
that
scene.
slot? Do you
So-
have that?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Oh!
Hang on, I'll find it by the time we're done with the prequels.
Okay.
But that's it, and then they win. The Star Wars is over, and they all lived happily ever after until 2014.
It was Lando. Didn't Lando betray them?
Yeah, no, but Lando like immediately after like regretted it. He was like he thought that they
He
were,
was
like-
bad for 2 scenes.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
like they're like, all right, freeze Han Solo and Carbonite, and he's like, what? That wasn't part of the deal. And Darth Vader's like, you want to fucking argue, bro? And he's like,
Where was Han Solo this movie?
he was helping. He was like doing once they unfroze him, he helped the rebellion. He was on the ground doing the
He was
shield
doing like
mission.
battles.
I just didn't get any. I just didn't get any screenshots of him.
We're not gonna go over the whole movie in
He's in, like, the
excruciating
whole
detail.
movie. He does like cool shit.
Yeah.
He has fucking action scenes. He does cool shit. Nothing that would look good in screenshots, so I didn't include.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
The car
Yeah.
is gone. That's what they sing.
Okay.
Anyway, this part will be shorter, but we're here.
So
However many years later.
I
This
make
one,
the
I had
prequel.
this book. I had a book of
You
this.
had a book of this?
I had a book of this, and I never read. I used it to kill spiders.
you gotta tell people about that. You had a book of this, but you never read it. You used it to kill
I had it as a
spiders.
kid. As a kid, I had it. It was a thick book, like a really, really thick book, and it was covered in gunk because I'd use it to kill bugs around the house. I never once read it ever.
Oh Oh, that's fucking
Yeah, so
awesome.
so there's a timeline where you did read it and knows all about Star Wars and like got real turnt on it, but no, in our timeline you used it to kill
You kill
bugs, and it was gross, and so you just never opened the book. Did you like smush bugs between the pages?
No, it was just with the book. I would just hit the wall with the hit the wall with the book. So the back and front were covered in like.
That's what Star Wars was to you for so many years. Was just
It had the red and black face with the horns guy. It had that on the front covered in like spider juice and shit.
Oh, fucking awesome! All right. The Phantom Menace, 1999. They have computer graphics.
So
they have new actors.
Before we start, I want to the prequel, not the prequels, the original trilogy. We kind of just went over it and we asked you a few things that we figured you ought to know. But
some of which you did.
Yeah, some of which you did. But we wanted to be fair because those movies came out in the late 70s, early 80s,
early 80s,
right?
yeah.
None of us I don't think none of us were born. I watched those movies, but I watched them after the fact, right? So we wanted to be fair because how could you know, right? You probably we wanted to see if you knew the general public, the general popular media stuff, right? But we weren't gonna expect you to know what an Ewok was, This shit. We were alive.
This was
for
during
this
our
shit.
lives. We were alive for this.
So you should know this. So you should know this really well.
Fell asleep.
You should know this.
I remember people were going crazy for. I don't really remember this movie, but maybe I do. We'll see.
We'll find out.
What I want to do first, unlike what we did before we even look at any pictures, I want to ask you, what do you think happens in Star Wars Episode 1: A Phantom Menace? Give us the Scorpy version of the Phantom Menace.
Can you name anything, like any plot beats, any details?
Yeah.
There's the kid with the mushroom cut.
Yes.
What's the kid's name?
Not Luke. Anakin?
Not Luke?
That's Anakin.
Yeah, Anakin.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Can you tell us
But before I knew about the prequels, I thought that kid was Luke.
Again, I can't fault you for that because you just hear Luke Skywalker, so they have the same last name.
There's a blonde boy in each set of movies. That's a very easy mistake.
Can you it's okay if you just want to say no and keep going, but do you think you know anything that happens in this movie?
I know there's the Darth.
Do you know his name? The red guy that everyone loves.
Darth.
You looked at his face every time you killed a spider when you were
I did, but I never opened the book, so I didn't know. In my head, he's just the Phantom Menace.
Yeah. I mean, hey, no, he's
more or less the Phantom
Menace.
Menace.
He is. Yeah. The movie is named after him. He is the Phantom Menace, right? That's not wrong.
Sort of.
I think I probably said it at some point. Darth something. Darth.
You did say it earlier.
Not Darth Vader. Darth. Masquerade. Darth.
Masquerade.
That is the name of a Sith Lord that George Lucas would tell you to use in 2023. Yeah. That is.
George Lucas is not great at naming things. One syllable.
Maul. Darth Maul.
Yes. Yeah.
This is the movie Darth Maul.
I seriously though, do you think based on
what I'm assuming is what happens is Darth Maul comes back or arrives or is not born probably.
No, he's alive.
Darth Maul's been born, and so maybe he was doing something else elsewhere in the galaxy, and he arrives because he knows that Darth Vader is dead, and they're both Darth.
No, this happens before.
And
these are prequels.
This is
shit.
Darth Vader does not exist yet. He is a 10-year-old boy.
Darth Maul is the leader of the Empire and
wow, you really know nothing. Holy shit.
Is looking for and is looking for like a Darth Maul's like, I'm not gonna live forever. We all die, so I'm gonna look for like a replacement. I'm gonna like look for a kid that could at some point be as powerful and evil as me, and so is like on the search for like the next like Darth being.
This is like not entirely wrong, but also not right.
So then and they call him the Phantom Menace because he's rarely seen, but he's a menace when he is seen.
The Phantom Menace is actually someone else, but you're getting close.
He is a menace when he is seen. It makes it sound like an annoying guy you don't want to run into at work because they like smell bad or fart a lot or something.
Oh fuck, that Darth Maul guy's bad.
No, it's Phantom Menace. He's elusive. He's Phantom, but when he shows up, he's like evil and ruthless. And he's on Tatooine because everyone's on Tatooine, and
you're in the right neighborhood.
And he spots Anakin. And he's like, "You have great potential for evil."
You're like skoshing by the answer. You're glancing right by it.
I'm guessing you know nothing about this movie, but you're a competent enough like creative person that you've seen enough movies and read enough scripts that like you know what would make a good story. So you're honestly not that far off.
But
you're
Yoda
wrong.
Is in the picture here because Yoda's younger here. So
It's
Yoda's
true,
just a jacked Yoda.
Yeah, he
comes in to protect Anakin, but then Jar Jar Binks comes into the mix, and it's a whole other story.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty good guess.
Quick question: is Jar Jar Binks a good guy or a bad guy?
I think he balances the line. We never actually quite know.
Yeah, he's the Han Solo of this movie.
Yeah, he's like, kind of like whatever his foot is in, whatever door would make him safer. So he's okay. So like I'm like Anakin, I want to protect you, but also like I don't want to die. So I'll side with Darth Maul when I need to. And then when Darth Maul is falling out of favor, then Jar Jar Binks is like, yeah, I want to be a Jedi.
Oh shit! The turn.
Jar Jar
fucking comes into his own.
All right, let's okay.
I like your version of it.
Yeah, I like your version too. Honestly, man, it's a lot more dynamic.
Let's prepare ourselves for disappointment.
Okay.
So this is like one of the first.
I must say.
Hold on.
I must say, yeah, the prequels have a different vibe than the original trilogy. If you could tell.
This fucks everything up because I thought Liam Neeson was Obi-Wan Kenobi. So who the fuck is Liam Neeson? Is that
No, Scorpy, that's
So now I know. So I know now that the left character from the Xbox game is Obi-Wan.
Yes,
correct.
That's Obi-Wan.
Played by Ewan McGregor.
Yes.
And so the right is like, God, who knows?
He is a character. He is a character exclusive to this movie.
Yeah.
So it would make
He's
sense.
Only this movie.
Yeah.
His name is.
Oh, but I'm just.
I'll just tell you. His name is Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah, you would never have known that.
You wouldn't have known it, but he's Obi-Wan's master.
Yeah.
He's training a young Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. So Obi-Wan tried to mentor Luke, and Qui-Gon Jinn
I love that
mentoring.
fucking haircut.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's the
now who's the individual in the middle?
That's Jar Jar Binks,
Okay,
right?
good. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
If you didn't know that, we were
It's
in
either
for
Jar Jar
a
Binks or
while,
Jabba the Hutt, one of those.
Yeah. Close enough.
Oh right, you didn't know earlier. We had to correct you.
Yeah, he's a fucked up alien. It's fine.
Who the fuck is this? Is that a? Oh Lord!
You would never know this, but like, take a guess.
What do you think? What do you think he's about? What like?
Yeah,
that looks like
that's
like.
Sorry,
that's like a boss figure who.
Okay, boss is right. Boss
figure who's like part of like this group that is they want to be intimidating but they're not.
Yes, you're 100%.
And they're like, we're the warriors, we're the tough warriors, but everyone's just like hand waves them.
You didn't get a single plot beat in that, but like you're completely 100% right. He's the leader of the Gungans, which is the race that Jar Jar Binks is.
Gungans.
His name is Boss Nass, and he's the leader of the Gungans. And literally, they are just
Boss Nass, leader of the Gungans.
They're literally just like comedic relief. They're just like this guy's like, Jar Jar Binks has been very bad. I'm going to and then they're like, no, we need Jar Jar Binks, and he's like, okay, you can have him.
Wait, are they related to Jar Jar Binks?
Yeah, he's literally the same species as Jar Jar Binks.
Oh,
fucked up. He doesn't look the same at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Boss Nass.
Oh, there's
right.
two very important characters on the screen here.
All
The
right.
the one on the right more so.
Do you know?
That's not Princess.
That is not Princess Leia. Princess Leia is not alive yet.
Yeah.
This takes place maybe like 40, 30 years before the events of Star Wars. So
well, that's
things are
Anakin.
Yes.
Correct. That is Anakin. Do you know that's Natalie Portman? You can't really see her face. That's Natalie Portman on the left there. She is playing a character in this movie. Do you know the character's name or anything about them?
Not really.
Okay. This is Padme Amidala. And you wouldn't know it from the fact that they cast a fucking 10-year-old as Anakin Skywalker, but there is a burgeoning romance between these two.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's all weird.
Yeah. Literally, there's a myriad of fucking problems with this movie. One of the big ones is like if you read the script to this movie and you kind of see where it's going, you're like, oh, so you cast like a 19-year-old as Anakin, right? Like a young, spunky, like guy just on the cusp of adulthood, ready to go. No, he's a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
What? Why? Oh, okay, George. Okay, George, whatever you say,
so,
George.
So like, you know how like the difference in vibe is like in the original trilogy, people are like, okay, this crazy George Lucas guy wants like this fucked up space movie. We gotta make tons of edits to this shit because we're not doing half this shit.
Literally,
Star Wars
Empire
is like
Strike Back. Like Empire Strikes Back, George Lucas wrote a script to the movie, and all the other production members were like, "This is fucking."
Even
terrible,
his
George.
wife,
like,
even his wife at the time was like, "George, we gotta fix this."
So they got Lawrence Kasdan, who I think worked on the first movie. Either way, Lawrence Kasdan fixed the script and wrote like an amazing fucking movie. Like Empire Strikes Back is like a really
but with the
good movie.
but with the prequels, Star Wars is like a big money, so they're like, hey, let's let George Lucas do whatever he wants.
George Lucas got carte blanche to do whatever he fucking want, and he dropped the ball in so many fucking ways. Not because he was doing all bad all the time, but because no one stopped him.
Yeah.
There were so many instances where someone could have been like, hey, maybe we should do this instead. Or,
Anakin should be like 15 at least.
15 at least.
Nah, he's 5.
But instead, you look at, like, literally you watch, like, behind the scenes of this movie, and you'll watch, like, George Lucas explain, like, something ridiculous to a group of actors, and everyone's just nodding along and not saying anything.
Yeah.
That's just the entire way these prequels were put together.
People are too intimidated to say no to George Lucas because they're either afraid or they have a check riding on it.
Yeah.
Important character.
Oh, fuck.
Important character, Scorpion. You should know
like
this.
Beepo?
Nah, it's close. It's a similar goofy name.
Beepo.
It's another W name. I'm like so in. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm getting like Presque-Vood on what his name is. I forgot. No, I remember. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a moment where like I was forgetting.
Well, they all have W names.
They all have, like,
it's
W
weird.
names. Anyway, this is Watto.
No,
Watto.
guess what Watto's job is?
Watto has wings. Watto flies.
Yes,
he
he does
kinda
have
hovers
flies.
around.
He does have wings. But what's his job? They're on Tatooine,
Watto
right? So Anakin.
Watto delivers stuff.
If you, as gamers, you think small alien guy with wings, and you say delivery, and you're like, you know what? In a video game, the small winged alien would deliver packages. But in this
Yeah.
movie, no, not as happy.
He runs,
Not as happy.
He runs a junkyard, and most importantly, he just like runs a junkyard. He's just a weird, skeevy kind of used car salesman kind of guy. Most importantly, Anakin Skywalker and his mom are literally like indentured servants to him.
They're slaves
Like,
to him.
they're slaves to him. He owns them
Oh,
for who knows what reason.
there's it's just like that. It starts out like that.
Yeah.
It's just Star Wars is just like that, man. There's just planets where you just got slaves.
Yeah.
But
They could have just been poor, but not even. They're slaves.
no, they're literally slaves. So they go to Tatooine. I don't even remember why they fucking go to Tatooine. Anyway, they go to Tatooine, they meet Anakin.
Everyone goes to Tatooine.
Anyone goes
Yeah,
to Tatooine, yeah. You get the
kinda.
idea. Like, it's literally like the everything about this movie is like, yeah, of course they go there, whatever.
And Tatooine is depicted as like this piece of shit place that no one likes, but everyone goes there.
Yeah.
For every reason.
Anyway,
Oh.
do you know who that is?
Proto C3PO.
Yes,
That
yeah,
is
actually,
C-3PO.
legit.
Fun fact: Anakin Skywalker is also like kind of a genius and built C-3PO.
Oh.
So that's just him with no skin.
There's the prequels kind of suffer from like Marvel, we gotta move the action figures to the right place kind of deal. So it's like,
oh yeah.
So like
the Star Wars original trilogy had a lot of like merchandising kind of concerns that you can see. The prequels are like fucking, they had the action figures made before the movie came out. There's like fucking appealing character designs in every goddamn scene.
So there's like a lot of like Marvel-esque like, okay, this like we know that this character is in the original trilogy. So by the end of these 3 movies, this character needs to be here. I was like, oh, who built C-3PO? No one, who cares? But no, Anakin built C-3PO.
No, Anakin did it.
Yeah, Anakin built C-3PO.
And I don't think I took screenshots of it, but literally, so R2-D2 is called like an astromech droid. There's like these tiny droids that just like, they're like little trash can droids that drive around on wheels. And there's a scene where like a spaceship is under attack and there's like repairs that need to be made to it. And it's like, send out the astromech droids and a bunch of random ones. And we know as an audience, one of them is R2-D2. And he bravely survives fixing the ship under enemy attack. And then they have a scene where it's like, this droid performed very well, R2-D2. You've been promoted.
Yeah.
So it's like
it's
like a scene that makes no fucking sense if you have no context that this droid is important.
It's kind of like the equivalent of like giving your Roomba a medal because it cleaned up.
They more or less give the Roomba.
Oh, here's Anakin's mom.
He fought so
Who's
well.
that?
Yeah,
okay.
That's Anakin's
Yeah,
mom.
that's really all you need to know. It's Anakin's mom. They're
Simi.
slaves to Watto.
Yeah.
Oh,
Simi Skywalker. You know what those are?
Scorpy, what is this?
You can do this, man. You got this.
Scorpy, we're gonna agree.
N64 game.
Scorpy, you were alive for these movies, so you have to know.
Star Racers.
Nope. Close. Blank Racer.
Pod Racers.
Yes.
There you go. Those are
nah.
pod racers. Anakin is basically doing the pod race to like earn his freedom.
Yeah.
That's
Why am I wearing a parachute? I'm not wearing a parachute. I'm wearing overalls.
Yeah, it's kind. I always thought that was kind of weird how he's like, okay, he's a slave, but he's being allowed to race and he's racing for his freedom. It's like really convenient.
It's very
because it's not because it's really convenient. It's but whatever. It's a funny sci-fi story.
So this is Ne'er-do-well Sebulba, who's a big nuisance during the race, but Anakin comes out on top. I think he's probably also a playable character in the game.
Anakin beats this guy in the race. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
This guy, I can see.
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
He like bullies people. You know,
shit. It's Darth Maul. Not as red as I remember.
This is from. I was trying to find screenshots. I was trying to find a copy of the Phantom Menace, and I found one. and it's like fucking wrong. The color correction's like totally fucked the whole movie. So some of them are like really washed out, and this is one of them. So he's yellow for whatever reason. I didn't feel like recolor correcting it.
But yeah, so this is Darth Maul.
He's supposed to be red.
He's like, he spends a lot of this movie just kind of skulking about. He is the Phantom Menace. He doesn't.
No. The Phantom Menace is the Sith Lord, the nameless Sith Lord.
Yes.
Who's his master. He's the apprentice, because like Jedi have like master and apprentice things going on. The Sith bad guys, they also have a master apprentice thing.
Yeah.
And there's always one Sith Lord who has an apprentice. And so the Phantom Menace is this crazy Sith Lord that no one can find. No one knows where he is. No one knows what his deal is.
But his apprentice is here.
He sends out Darth Maul to do his dirty work. Mike, you forgot to explain the Trade Federation? I'm not going to explain the Trade
Who the fuck cares?
Who the fuck cares? This is the Senate. This is the Galactic Senate. They're having
it's like the Mass Effect Council.
It is like the Mass Effect Council. More or less. It's like delegates from all these quadrants that have these floating platforms.
We're not going to go as in depth because these movies are like, there's a story. There's a story, but then there's a lot of just like George Lucas just wants cool shit.
Yeah, he wants there to be like a huge like political struggle.
Yeah.
All these scenes where they like talk about all this lore and like shit that doesn't fucking matter. It's just it's a hell of a time. What do you think's going on here?
Yeah, what do you think's
Are those rancors?
No.
No? I mean, I can't fault you for that.
I can't fault you for that. They're like big monster dudes, yeah. I don't even want to explain what's happening. This is a big battle at the end of the movie. There's like a big battle. The Trade Federation, who's like kind of the bad guys, have like droids. Have you seen the little like kind of spindly looking battle droids? They're usually like Legos.
Roger. They say Roger a lot.
They're in like all the movies. Anyway, they're like the bad guys. So there's this big fight with the Gungans and the droids, and this screenshot cracks me up every time I look at it. So
we just want to include.
It doesn't tell anything about Star Wars, but
it's not. No one remembers this when they remember Star Wars.
Exactly. Case in point.
There he is.
Yeah,
that was like the cover of the book.
He's got horns. Yeah.
You know what song plays in this scene?
Give us your.
The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Yep. You know. This is the scene where this is the scene where it appears.
Oh really? Is that the first time it shows up?
That's the first time it shows up is in this movie, and then they use it like in every other movie.
Yeah, credit to where credit's due. The music in the prequels is still good.
Oh yeah, they still had John Williams. He was still pumping out bangers.
Oh, but he's
how do you like the shot composition?
Oh, this is good. This is like it looks like a render of the Obi-Wan Xbox game.
This is like I think the thing to impress is like these movies, the special effects have like fucking massive like video game cutscene energy to them that like just like look, think about like the shot, like you didn't see that much from the prequels because from the original trilogy because we were just taking screenshots here and there, but just like the original trilogy is like a movie. There's like shot composition, there's like scenes, there's actual sets, there's like things you can look at, and then there's shots like this in the prequel where it's like who gives a shit?
Yeah, it looks like a video game.
And then they have a big fight. This is Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn fighting Darth Maul.
This kind of reveals it, but like, did you know Darth Maul had the two-sided lightsaber?
I thought that Darth Vader had that.
No, Darth Maul does. This is Darth Maul's thing, is having a two-sided lightsaber. He's angry.
The fight gets really intense.
Why does he look like that guy?
What guy?
What? What? What are you doing? What guy?
Fuck, I'm blanking on the name. Voldemort.
Oh, Voldemort. Oh, he does look a bit like Voldemort. Yeah, I see what you mean. I like that. This is why Qui-Gon Jinn doesn't show up. He fucking murks him. And then Obi-Wan's like, no! And then they have a climactic battle.
They all got like the 2010 Coachella fit. They got like the big boots, the tight pants, and like the white blouse.
Yeah. That's
kinda, yeah.
That's
But
the
yeah,
long
this is why
and short of it.
Qui-Gon isn't in the newer movies.
He fucking gets murked.
He gets dead, and then he
and,
goes.
and then Obi-Wan like almost gets pushed into the pit, and then he like does a cool flip and then cuts Darth Maul in half. And fucking kills him.
Yeah.
Damn, why do they Darth Maul only exists for? I thought he was like the villain for the rest of the movie.
No, he's just the villain for the first one. This is another thing that made Star Wars fans mad. They were like,
What are they
Darth
gonna
Maul
do?
was cool. Why did they underutilized him?
Palpatine has to come back.
Palpatine will come back. You will be seeing Palpatine soon enough.
Palpatine has to come back.
Okay. So
Anyway,
same question, Scorpy. So
you saw something.
This one, I remember parts of it
what
as
do you
I was
rem- what do you
blacking out in the
remember?
movie theater when I was like 8.
Yeah.
Um,
what do you remember?
I remember falling asleep very quickly, and then I remember.
What do you remember before you fell asleep? Which I'm sure is not a lot.
Not. I think probably there were a couple people I think a couple people were talking in a house at some point. Like probably on Tatooine, they were talking in the house.
I think I actually know what you're talking about. There is like a scene in a kind of house.
I think people were talking in a house on Tatooine or some shit, and then like
I don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure I passed out, and then I woke up, and it was just this. People were fighting in a big building, and a bunch of robots were getting sliced in half,
Okay, yeah.
and by stuff, and then I fell back asleep.
that's the long and
you
short of it.
are a very special individual, Scorpy, in that you really like the universe really didn't want you to know anything about this about Star Wars. You actually got to sit down to see a Star Wars movie and just immediately passed out. Like the universe wouldn't allow it.
No, this is just like it's just a perfect example of just like
Is Mace Windu in this?
Mace Windu is.
Yeah, he is.
I think so. This is around the height of my knowledge of Star Wars. So this is like.
I think Mace Windu is also in but he doesn't do much.
But like what do you think happens though? Like give us your version. Like what do you think like okay, episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
Well, let me hang on.
Well-
hang on. Let me outlines what happens at the end of episode 1.
yeah.
So in episode 1, what we forgot to cover is so they Anakin's just like some kid. But then
Anakin's a slave.
They introduce
and he wins his freedom.
They introduce a new concept that George Lucas just thought up one day, which is midichlorians, which is basically a bullshit way to say like there's a quantifiable amount of force energy in a person's body. So they like run a test on Anakin, and they're like, his midichlorian count is insanely high. He could be an incredibly powerful Jedi. So after Qui-Gon gets murked, Obi-Wan, because Qui-Gon says like, all right, I'll train him. We'll make him a Jedi. But then Qui-Gon gets murked, so Obi-Wan's like, all right, I guess I got to train this kid now. So the movie ends with Anakin being a newly inducted Jedi Padawan, which is like beginner
trainee.
And they're like, all right, we're gonna make you a Jedi, kid. So Attack of the Clones is like a good number of years later when it's now Hayden Christensen. So it starts with like,
this is what I know.
Yeah, and that's basically the gist of the movie. There's also there's a war that's starting, but
there's a looming war about to happen.
It's like the Two Towers of Star Wars.
You could say that.
All right, Scorpy, what do you think happens in Attack of the Clones? Like, try to like piece a story for us together based on what you know.
No, not the Twin Towers. I said the Two Towers because I also fell asleep during the Two Towers when I went to see it in theaters.
I mean, that I'd understand. The movie's very.
These were like the anti-kid movies. It's like no kid could show up and like not pass out in the movie theater. What happens in Attack? Well, I mean, Darth Maul is dead. So is Qui-Gon Jinn, and now Anakin is.
There's still the looming threat of the Sith Lord, who presumably has found a new apprentice to follow up.
Who's
Darth
the
Maul.
Sith Lord?
We don't know yet. That's the Phantom Menace, right?
So there's just the Phantom Menace is not Darth Maul. So it's
not Darth Maul. So there's a mysterious.
The Phantom
Sith
Menace
Lord.
the Phantom Menace recruited Darth Maul.
Yes, he's some guy that we don't know, and everyone's trying to find him. They can't find him. He's like.
So the Phantom Menace is like, fuck, I have to stop sending like single people. I'm gonna create clones.
Man, Scorpy, I got a great job for you. We're gonna send you back in time 20 years and help George Lucas make this movie not
Yeah,
suck.
honestly,
Because
that's
like
your ideas are way better.
Yeah, that's like,
we're
that's the
gonna-
point of Sith is that there's only like 2
Yeah.
of them at a time.
I keep sending like
Yeah,
it's like Terminators. It's like I keep sending only one and they keep dying. Like we're just gonna make a fuck ton of clones of like this one dude and like.
Okay, you are
But
right
like
about,
but
you're getting there.
the technology's not there yet, so they're not really clones. They're just like shitty robots that can die in one hit, and they have like 10,000 of them. And they were like, "All right, now we have enough, but we still need like a commander to head these clones."
Mhm.
And that's where I'm trying to think of like what a villain would be in this movie.
I'll tell you, it's a famous
Palpatine
actor.
comes back.
It's a famous actor who is also in Lord of the Rings.
Not Frodo.
Not Frodo. He played a villain in both this movie and in Lord of the Rings.
A villain in Lord of the Rings.
Yes. Which you probably don't know because you fell asleep during.
Yeah, why would he know? He also fell asleep.
I'm just
for
saying
Lord of
this
the
is
Rings.
another like general purpose media knowledge thing you might know. I don't know.
It's Gollum.
It's not
Gollum. No.
not Gollum.
Well, yeah. So I won't know who it is, but so the Sith Lord
Yes, there's a new Sith.
recruits, or the Sith power, the Grand Sith power recruits this one powerful villain and is like, we're gonna have you command this army of clones, and so they make a bunch of clones. So they're like, okay, we have, oh shit, I think I know who the villain is.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
But I don't know the name. I don't know the name, but I think it was the guy who fought Gandalf.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah!
It's Christopher Lee. The actor is Christopher Lee. That is actually correct. He is the villain in this movie.
I remember him a little bit.
He
he's there.
He mostly stands around. He spends like 90.
Yeah,
like,
he doesn't
he's in
do
this
much.
movie. He's in like a few scenes of this movie. He spends 90% of his time on screen kind of standing around being menacing, and then like 10% fighting.
He stands around. He's commanding the army of clones. He's like, attack, and they go. So their mission is to kill Anakin, right?
Yeah, for your version, let's say yes.
Yeah.
Their mission is we have to kill so they have to kill Anakin, Yoda, whatever other Jedi, and Obi-Wan.
Mace Windu.
They're like, we have to wipe out, and Mace Windu. We have to wipe out the Jedi. And so, yeah, instead of sending one, Darth Maul fucked up.
Who do you? What?
But they also task the Christopher Lee to be like, while the clones are attacking, you must isolate Anakin and convince him to become a Sith.
You're like circling the drain of the answer.
Yeah.
Like, you're still not right,
Again,
but like you are like honing in on like what the actual
Yeah,
truth
I
is.
get
We do not want to kill Anakin because he has potential to be because of his mitochondria or whatever. And you have the potential, and so we need to make sure that he doesn't die, but we need to get him on our side because
It's funny because based on context clues, you are forming like a coherent story, and like there are parts of it that like are not far off what actually happened.
Parts of it you're like getting the wrong movie. Like some of this stuff is much more pertinent in episode 3.
Yeah.
in the next one. But you're close. You're close-ish in some ways.
and Padma.
Mm-hmm.
Padma is a. I remember scenes with Oh yes, oh yeah, because of the romance. Okay, and so I remember scenes of Anakin and Padma at a sunset or something.
Okay,
That sounds right.
I think there's
that
one of those.
probably
Yeah.
happens.
I remember that as a kid.
There's romance scenes in
Yeah.
this movie, so yeah.
Well,
right,
I think that's it. I know that I just know that there are many scenes with 500 CGI robots being
Yep.
destroyed.
Yep.
Because I remember waking up a million times to just explosions and CGI robots
And
being
then
chopped in
falling
half with
back asleep.
lightsabers. Yep, and then falling back asleep. So I feel like a huge
You
chunk
had
of the
right
movie is
idea.
that.
You didn't
Alright.
miss anything.
All right.
Do you remember this?
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Why is this Mike? So Mike assembled the screenshots. Mike, why? Can you explain why this is the first thing?
Because it's funny. To be fair, in my defense, this is like maybe the second or third scene. So there's
So this is the
This
Sith
doesn't-
Lord.
no.
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
this is an this is an assassin. So early on, there's
Well, they
actually
found
a scene-
Porkins.
this. So okay, so you remember a scene in a house. There's like a scene where Anakin and Obi-Wan are defending Padme because she's important. And then while she's like
she's like a
asleep in
political
house-
figure now. She's like
yeah,
a
she's a
senator
political figure
or whatever.
She was in the first movie, but who cares? But while she's asleep, there's an assassin who like sends a weird worm after her. But then they arrive just in time to stop it, and the assassin gets away. And they have this huge, crazy visual mess of a scene where they chase after her in this big city. And
Is
then
this
they
a
catch
CGI
her.
face?
They catch her, and then she like takes like a cyanide capsule and fucking melts. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Padma? Oh no, the assassin
this is,
melts.
This is
Yeah,
the
that's
assassin.
the
This is
assassin.
the
Yeah.
she puts worms through
Oh.
a window. Yeah.
Scorpy, who is this?
Do you know
who
this
is
character?
this?
Is that Gerald Grievous?
No. Okay, here's a hint. It's Dr. Coomer's favorite Star Wars character.
What?
It's Holly literally name dropped this character in HLVR.
Well, I don't remember any Star Wars characters being name dropped in HLVR.
I'm just checking. I'm just checking to see if you remember. I figured it was easy for you to forget. Yeah.
Like,
I have a feeling you. Okay.
Glimp?
That's a
Like,
good name.
is
I
that
could
like a
guess-
first and last name?
It is a first and last name. Again, this is like Max Rebo. It's like a almost human name for this fucked up four-armed alien to have.
But it's not English. Like it's not. This
it's
guy.
not
This guy does not have a normal.
He
name.
has an English like first name, but then it's like a
What does the first name start with?
D.
David. David.
No, it's not. It's not that normal. It's a little bit
Let's
silly.
give him the name, but the occupation is way more
Dex.
important. This
Okay,
guy.
the-
Daxter.
This guy's name is Dexter Jetster.
Yes.
Oh, I
This-
don't remember that being mentioned at all. And
Yeah,
I
Okay.
don't remember Holly
Don't-
mentioning that at all.
Don't worry. Don't
She
worry.
does.
Don't worry about that part.
Yeah, don't worry about that. It's fine.
In a sci-fi movie like Star Wars, what do you think this person's occupation is?
Look at the scene.
Look at the scene.
Cook
Yes. Where?
A cook where?
at that's a restaurant,
What
kind of
type of
a
restaurant?
diner.
Yes.
He's literally the
Yes.
owner of a diner, like a
Yeah,
50
diner owner.
diner in space.
So many people, including me, even as a kid, were pissed at that. Like, why the fuck is there like a 70s diner in Star Wars? It's literally a 70s diner with neon red walls, booths, neon lights, like Obi-Wan, like, and in the story, like
there's
Obi-Wan, like it's canonical that this is Obi-Wan, like Dexter is Obi-Wan's friend. Obi-Wan loves to eat at this diner. Obi-Wan's always
course,
coming.
why not?
They're on a first name basis. They're like giving each other hugs, like, hey, what up?
It's good to see you again,
Yeah.
my friend.
And when I say
And
when I say
there's like
diner,
a waitress.
Yeah.
There's like a waitress robot that looks like a Jetsons diner
Yes.
robot who's like, "You want coffee, hon?"
yes, it is like a fucking diner. People are eating like steak and eggs.
Yeah, he's
they're
like going
not
in to
eating-
get patty melts. Yeah, like literally that kind of shit.
Yeah, they're getting burgers and patty melts, like steak and eggs, bacon and toast. It's like, I remember so many people, including me, were pissed because it was like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so out of...
Someone in chat said, "But there's medieval times restaurants and all this. Star Wars happened before you were born. It takes place in a negative million whatever fucking year. There was no such thing as a '60s diner. Elvis wasn't real."
Yeah, like it makes sense for us to have medieval times because that was hundreds
That was a
of years
real thing that
ago.
happened.
This is not Earth. This is not Earth. Why do they have diners? Whatever.
You can just like see George Lucas's like proclivity for thinking of fun ideas, fun characters, fun circumstances, and not like caring at all.
There is a behind the scenes photo of this scene, literally this scene of Obi-Wan talking to this alien. And George Lucas, I shit you not, George Lucas is sitting on a stool looking at the actors perform off camera, and he is smiling like a boy in a candy store.
Yeah.
This scene is absolutely George Lucas absolutely wanted that in there. Like
Yeah,
I'm the Dexter Jetster defender.
Okay.
So you know how in Toy Story they have the alien themed pizza restaurant that's like the space aliens and it's like the future space outer. This diner is literally just that, but in Star Wars. They're imagining the future.
Okay.
Oh my wait, is that really the canonical?
You'll never know, motherfucker.
Whatever. But that photo exists. You can look it up. Like George Lucas was like adamant that this 70s ass diner was in Star Wars, and he's like so happy that they did it. Anyway,
Dexter Jetster.
Here's another.
Shot. He has a mustache.
He has a mustache. He has like holes and grease stains on his shirt.
Are there Dexter Jetster's toys?
Probably. He probably has an action figure.
I want one now. It's working.
I bet you could find one. It is working.
Like this alien, it's not like it's so. That's the part to me that's so funny. Like there's like it's not sci-fi. Like this guy has a T-shirt with a hole in it and grease stains. This guy flips burgers for a living.
Oh fuck yeah, there is, and it's $10.
Yeah, baby.
Hell yeah.
I'll get you one.
Oh, we gotta get Scorpy to describe
what do you think's happening
scene.
here?
Yeah.
Oh what? Oh, these are kids. This is Jedi school.
Yeah. This is Jedi school,
and they have VR helmets.
They're training with,
incorrect. They're explicitly not VR helmets. They're the opposite. They're.
Oh, it's like a Will.I.am like pulse situation. This is not a VR helmet one.
No, these are like sci-fi blindfolds because there's a scene in Star Wars 1 where Luke is training with like a floating ball like this, but he's like covering his eyes because he's like learning how to use the Force. So they are like remember that in this movie by having a bunch of kids like wave lightsabers back and forth while like CG balls like fire little lasers at them. And Yoda is carefully overseeing this whole endeavor.
Good for Yoda.
Yeah, he's a teacher. He's got classes.
Jedi.
Too bad he's gonna die later.
He's gonna die in a few movies, but it's fine for now.
Whoa! What the fuck? I'm gonna be real. The prequel, the ones that you showed me before, they sound interesting. Every screenshot of these movies has made me want to see them.
No, like literally, like I recommend the original trilogy just as like a really fun look back.
They're
into, like,
they're
old...
legitimately good movies. They're
legitimately good, very silly, like fun practical effects, like really charming movies. These ones are just amazing. Just like not good, not like fun to watch. They're like genuinely bad to watch.
I bet
they're so good.
I bet watching the prequels now would be like watching like a compilation of video game cutscenes for a really weird video game.
Oh hell yes!
Yeah. Okay,
that's what I want. I'm gonna become the biggest prequels fan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly. Anyway, what do you think they're talking about in this scene? Obi-Wan. Here's some context. Obi-Wan's like investigating.
Obi-Wan's trying to figure out who the Sith Lord is and who's trying to make clones because he heard rumors that clones are being made.
That is absolutely correct.
Right. So he shows up at this planet because he's like, oh, there's been some like activity here. And then these guys like introduce him like, oh, you're here. Are you here to talk about?
Are you here to see Nicki Minaj?
And he's like, the what? And then next slide, please.
Oh, are those the clones?
Those are the clones.
Oh my god.
There's a bunch of babies in tubes, and then they pan down to the ground. They're all based on one guy, so they like pan down to the ground, and there's like a bunch of CG versions of this guy. Of this guy.
Yeah.
Can you name
Boba
this
Fett.
guy?
No.
Nope.
But-
I was watching you play Tony Hawk very recently, and you saw this man.
Oh, it's like Django.
Yep, Jango Fett. Jango Fett.
Django Fett.
Jango Fett is Boba Fett's dad, and he wears this armor. And Boba Fett is like a little kid in this movie.
Like I said,
Django Fett is Boba Fett's dad.
no.
This is like
This is
this
what.
sounds like I would have come up with it.
No. This is what I was talking about before with like the Marvel syndrome of like these characters have to be here by this movie. Like they wanted a badass character, and it's like, okay, well, Boba Fett exists in the later movies, so this movie's gonna have one, but he's a kid. He would be a kid. So that, we can't have a kid running around. So this is Boba Fett's dad, and he's also, they cloned him.
Yeah, so all the clones are cloned off of Jango Fett for.
Oh
Is
shit!
it
So they're all
implied- is it
like Fett clones.
They're
Yeah.
all Fett clones. They I don't remember the actor's name, but they all are that guy, basically. And that's Jango. And
Yeah.
Obi-Wan has like a confrontation with him.
Yeah, because
In-
he's trying to figure out what's going on. Why are they even making these clones? And he has a showdown with them in the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's the purpose of?
What do you think's happening in this scene?
What's that thing on top of the thing?
I'll help you. That's Anakin Skywalker. I know he's a CG fucking computer model. That's Anakin Skywalker.
This looks like a picture that would be in like a PS2 Xbox game, like on the wall, but it would be too low res that you couldn't figure out what it was. This looks like the upscaled version of what that would be.
Yeah, I put this in an AI upscaler. It's actually like a background picture from Rascal.
This is Anakin is so Obi-Wan has a lead on where more information could be, and this is how Anakin
Meanwhile-
is traveling to that place.
No, it's even dumber. This is just
Anakin's just having fun.
He's literally just
yes,
having fun. This is the scenes with him.
Oh,
and Padme,
okay.
like, they're like falling in love, like rolling around in the grass. He's like riding on a fucking weird space pig and getting thrown off, and they're just having a great time.
Yeah, so basically while Obi-Wan's like actually working, Anakin's just fucking around and flirting with Padme.
Hey, fuck it.
Which, by the way, he's not supposed to.
Yeah,
do,
he is not
because
supposed to. Jedi
are supposed to be like they're not supposed to have any relationship. or
Earlier
anything.
when I said that Jedi are supposed to be like monks, I wasn't just talking about demeanor. Like they are celibate. Like they're not supposed to be flirting with no
Well,
body.
how is he born?
Because he wasn't a Jedi.
He was a
became a
slave.
Jedi.
He
was a slave.
Oh.
He was just a random kid who happened
yeah.
to be.
Where did Obi-Wan come from?
I think the idea is that all
Scorpy-
Jedi like came from being non-Jedi. It's not like
Oh, okay.
Scorpy, they're like monks. Like you become one, but like after that, they're like, all right, bro, you can't.
Oh, I thought about what about the mitochondria or whatever?
Great
Are they
question.
born with that?
Yeah, great question. Who knows?
Yeah.
Great question. You could have helped George Lucas way back when. Anyway, that's Christopher Lee, and he's talking to some alien bad guys.
That's General Grievous.
No, that's not General Grievous.
Okay.
He's. Do you want to like? You wouldn't know this, but do you want to just like take a random stab in the dark at Christopher Lee's character's name? It's very goofy sounding.
Emperor.
Different
Count.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Count Dooku.
Yep, there you go. He's Count Dooku.
I remember. I've heard that before.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
So
Count
he-
Dooku having a meeting with alien.
Yeah,
bad
he's
guys
like
about-
we're gonna go to war with the good guy. Basically, he's like we're gonna go to war with the good guys.
Where did he come from?
Who knows?
He's
He was just
he's another bad guy.
he's another bad guy. He just showed up. Like he's just like he's the new bad guy now. He's
one
the
of the
new,
issues with the prequels is that like they killed Darth Maul in the first one, and then like they just produce bad guys. They just
yeah. There's just a new bad guy. And in a sensible movie maker would have just had Darth Maul be. The
Oh
villain
shit,
of this
it's
movie.
Bionicles versus Rancor. That's a Rancor, right?
That's not a rancor.
I don't know what that
still.
creature's name is.
I don't think this thing. Yeah.
I forgot to include the picture of the rancor from episode 6. That's the only time a rancor.
This is it's so funny to look at these because you know these were all toys. Like
yes,
these are toys
yeah,
that they sold.
100%.
Yeah, they look like toys to be sold.
Absolutely. Like
this is
like as
droidicas.
yes, in the original trilogy, by the third movie, they were definitely thinking about toys. Yeah, like the prequels.
I want to watch
like,
these so bad,
dude. You would love it in terms of just like the visual.
You should watch
schlock.
the prequels. Maybe we should do like a commentary track or something.
I would love that.
That would actually be really fun.
Like Scorpy's we could watch it with Scorpy, and it'll be Scorpy's first time watching these movies. We could do like a commentary track people can download. We could put out.
Really
we could make it like we could put it on the podcast Podbean account.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, like this is like they're in a gladiator
I'm not even gonna
arena.
tell you what's happening in the scene. Who cares?
It doesn't.
Well, it's Anakin and Padme and a mysterious third person.
It's Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
They're all in trouble, but they
having a
and,
meeting with the sinister
they-
turning it around,
Eastern,
but they've gotten surrounded.
They were having
trade
fun,
lead.
and Obi-Wan was like, enough. And
Enough.
now they have to go home.
Kinda.
But now, on their way home, they ran into trouble on Tatooine. Enough.
Oh my!
See, these are the scenes I remember as a kid.
This is child Scorpy opening his eyes for like.
These are the
30
flashes I
seconds.
had between eating handfuls of popcorn and passing out.
What?
This fucking movie is like a fucking mess. dude.
I love this because I love this because of how stupid it is. But like the tonal whiplash of like the original trilogy being like, oh yeah, the Jedi have been wiped out. Like you're like Obi-Wan is, and even Obi-Wan is dead. So Luke, I think you're like the last, and Yoda's dead. And
look at all
Yoda's
these Jedi.
No, yeah. So the original trilogy is like, Luke, you might be the last Jedi left. Like you're the last one in this order, in this like order of like ancient knights. And in the prequels, it's like there's just a swath of them going ham with these glow sticks, like
just swinging them around. Also, like we can't convey this in like a scene, but maybe you remember. There's no like rhyme or reason to the fight choreography. Like in the original trilogy, they were like choreographed like sword battles.
Because they're just slashing at the air, and they're like, we're just gonna add robots.
They're just swinging around, yeah.
The one with tentacles for here. Chat wants me to point out that this is the titular Kit Fisto.
I don't think that's Kit Fisto.
Is that not Kit Fisto?
It could just be another alien that looks like him. I don't remember. I mean, it could be Kit Fisto. Who fucking cares? But like,
it is. People are saying that it is him.
Okay. It's Kit Fisto, whatever.
And people like this Jedi because he's a funny-looking alien, and his name has the word fisting in it.
And he dies in the next movie.
Yeah, he dies
unceremoniously again.
Mace Windu.
Yep, there's Mace Windu.
There's Mace Windu. Yeah, you know him. They're having a big fight. Oh, Mace
I always
Windu,
thought having the purple lightsaber was so cool.
It's cool. Like he's one of the only Jedi who have a purple lightsaber for whatever reason. I think it might have just been because Samuel L. Jackson wanted a purple lightsaber.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yes, legitimately, Samuel L. Jackson. In an interview, I think he said a purple lightsaber would be really pimp, and so George Lucas was like, agreed. And then he walks off to go watch Ewan McGregor sit in a diner.
Yeah.
What a beautiful life.
So I don't think I took a picture of it, but Jango Fett is like part of this battle, and then he like flies in, has a temporary fight with Mace Windu, and then Mace Windu chops his head off. And his son watches it.
Yeah, his son.
Wait, Jango Fett is just gone now?
Jango Fett's just dead.
They introduced Jango Fett, but they got 1 million clones.
Yeah, but they got 1 million clones of it.
So it's fine.
I don't know if it's like is that explicitly why Boba Fett hates Jedi and hunts them?
Probably, yeah.
Because
here's the thing. It's like you think about, like, if you're watching the original trilogy, you see this cool looking bounty hunter. And it's like, what's this guy's motivation? I don't know. He looks like a bad guy, and he's a
yeah, and he's got.
Meanwhile, no, that's not good enough. In the original trilogy, he has to have an actual backstory that justifies why he's such a hateful piece of shit and hates Jedi so much.
Yeah,
it's because a Jedi killed his father.
Even though his dad was actively participating in this crazy ass fight with like a bajillion Jedi, so it's like.
I like screenshots. Can't
This is the Two
convey-
Towers esqueness of it.
But Two Towers is like a good like it looks good.
But there's
like,
the wall there
there's a wall. You're right. They are
and
defending
the tower.
defending it.
There's a bunch of clones and.
Yeah. Okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Anyway, there's a big fight. What's the next fight?
What the fuck?
I don't
Who's
know.
that?
Yeah, even
That's
though
Padme.
even though Padme is like a political figure, she's like fighting. This is like if
She's
Nancy.
actively involved.
Did she spell her name in the sand?
This is like this would be like if Nancy Pelosi went to Iraq. You know, it doesn't.
More or less.
It doesn't.
Yeah, she has a gun.
It doesn't.
and
It,
everything.
yeah. Like it doesn't make sense why she has to do this, but like she does, probably to sell an action figure of her. You know. But
And there's other crazy scenes. They like have a big fight in a factory, and they're like it's like a video game, straight up a video game level. They're like going down the assembly lines. There's these big machines pressing all around them. Like she falls into like a giant crucible, and lava's about to pour down on her, and she has to like climb. It's like insane. The whole fucking movie is like that.
yeah. And
Actually, sorry. Part of the movie's like that. The rest of it is people talking about political stuff
yeah.
and very boring scenes.
Yeah. Oh shit! All right,
Do you like shot composition? How do you feel about shot composition?
What the fuck is that like ship?
It's just
it's a ship. It's a ship.
Is there a button behind Christopher Lee? Is that a switch?
Probably. I don't know.
This looks like a video game cutscene.
Dude,
That's Anakin and Obi-Wan have a showdown with Count
I
Dooku.
don't think you guys are doing a good enough job of explaining how fucking boring these movies are. Yeah, they're very boring, but
No, like
I mean, yeah, that's why I fell asleep as a kid.
we don't need to explain. Scorpy fell asleep watching this movie as a child. At like the time in your life when you are most susceptible to like, whoa, cool effects. Whoa, this is crazy.
well,
he fell
laser
asleep.
sword, yeah.
We don't need to explain how boring these movies are to him.
I'd be willing to watch the prequels and do a
would-
commentary.
I'll still
with
watch
Scorpy,
them.
Yeah.
I would absolutely.
I want to watch them. I want to get like
Like-
some. I want to get a Dexter Jetster
Dexter
toy.
Jetster, yeah.
I want to get my Mace Windu card again.
Like I said, I get the feeling that if you were to rewatch these movies now, it would be like just watching a really long like video game cutscene compilation.
Yeah.
It really does just feel like that all the way through.
Oh, he's got lightning powers too.
Oh, he's got fucking Palpatine fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recurring thing in Star Wars is that bad guys use lightning.
Yeah, lightning is
So
a
Darth
bad guy.
Vader. Does that mean that Darth Vader was never that bad of a guy because he never used it?
You could look at it that way. You could.
I think you know,
the actual answer is he just didn't do it in the original movie.
the George
starting. Yeah.
The George Lucas explanation would be he never practiced that, so he doesn't do it.
That's dead ass. That's probably what he would say.
You
That's
know,
just the kind of person George Lucas
like,
is when it comes to world building.
it like think about it like this. In the original trilogy, it's like, okay, the evil, like he's almost like the anti-pope. Like he's this evil robed figure. What's he do? He shoots lightning. And then the prequels are like, okay, shooting lightning is a Sith technique. They can all do it if they practice.
Yeah,
it's like
you have to.
It just
you have to invite
deflates it.
darkness in your
Yeah,
heart.
it just kind of like deflates it. Like
It's funny because it makes it seem like Emperor Palpatine sucked shit at shooting lightning because he couldn't stop, and that's why he died.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not wrong. It's not wrong.
oh,
Here's the.
Fuck! Yoda fights.
Yoda fucking fights.
You
dude.
are
Oh my
having-
god! This is
Does
just like
crazy
Soul
flips.
Calibur 4.
It's literally like Soul Calibur 4 Yoda. Or like 5 Yoda, whatever it was. Like he literally like he comes in and like they have like a quick moment. It's like I've come to save them. I have, and then like he starts like throwing rocks at him, but then he starts throwing away the rocks, and then it's like, all right, only one way to settle this with a lightsaber battle, and then fucking Yoda just starts like jumping, doing flips, spinning. It's like the most insane.
Yeah, Yoda's on like 500 milligrams of edibles.
He's fucking tweaking. He's like spinning around and stuff, and he's winning. He like fucking creams Count Dooku, and Count Dooku runs away.
yeah, Count Dooku runs away from Yoda.
You can't fucking handle
My
it.
Because it looks like how Dooku's about to like punt him into the ceiling or something.
My favorite part of this fight is Yoda has a Yoda-sized lightsaber. Like, it's short.
he
It's
has
not
a tiny-
long.
I thought maybe that was just the angle of
No,
like the swing.
it's a him-sized.
No,
lightsaber.
it's like a short lightsaber, right? And
It's
so,
meant
like,
for ankles.
in a real fight, in a real sword fight, like, Yoda would just get kicked and like just immediately fucked up. But like, you know, Christopher Lee is like fighting a CGI little
Fucking rat.
Yeah,
He's fighting a tennis ball on a Roomba.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
so like he's swinging his sword and Yoda's just like in the movie, in the final product, Yoda's like going in nuts. And it's great. It's legitimately great. Like, this is the one part I really like because it's so stupid. Like, it's
it gets so egregiously stupid here that it's just fucking awesome. Like, this is the sort of thing that, like, if you cared about Star Wars and like, all right, that first movie wasn't great, but I'll take a chance on the second one. You get to this scene, you're like, I'm never watching another Star Wars.
I'm so glad that like my experience is the opposite. I'm like, I want to see the most goofy, fucked up shit, and then
awesome.
also if it's cool, I'm okay.
Legit. I think when did this movie come out?
2002.
This was 2002.
2002. So I would have been.
I remember because it was a year after Spider-Man 1.
2002.
Yeah.
So I would have been.
We were 9.
Yeah, I would have been 9 years old. 9-year-old Baaulp. I went to go see this movie with my cousin, and a 9-year-old boy was like, I don't think I'm gonna see the third one. Think about that. A 9-year-old boy walked out of this movie and was like, I'm not gonna give the third one a shot.
Scorpy, meanwhile, slept through this.
Yeah.
Slept through this, is learning now that this crazy shit happened. In the movie.
I remember.
Imagine if you woke up and this
anything.
was
Why
happening.
is it small?
I definitely was asleep when this happened.
Yeah, I know, but like, just imagine if you had woken up and like.
As a kid, I probably would have been. I was so desensitized to as little as I know about Star Wars. I was seeing Star Wars everywhere on the popcorn buckets, on the fucking
dude, it was
drink,
everywhere.
on the drink, you know, the drink cups. On all my friends had toys. They had the games. I had my Mace Windu Square. I had like it was everywhere. Everyone had Star Wars lunch boxes.
Yeah.
So I would have seen this, and I was just like, yeah. It's Star Wars.
A lot of our viewers are young, so
Yeah.
they may not remember the early aughts as well as we do. This like we cannot begin to stress. Like, if you think Star Wars media is like kind of everywhere in your face now, you have
back then it was crazy.
You have no fucking idea how hard they leaned into like the merchandising and marketing for these movies.
Like I said,
it's fucking insane.
You could not buy a bag of Doritos without a Star Wars character on the bag. That lasted like 2 years.
It created like a decade of Star Wars fatigue. No one ever wanted to see another Star Wars thing. And finally Disney bought Star Wars and they're like, hold on, we're gonna make it good.
And now it's happening again.
Now it's happening again. It's just happening again. Do you like shot composition? do you like telling what's like going on in a movie, you know?
This looks like a level in Azarik or something.
It does.
Wait, is this fucking CG? Is this really green screen?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Dude, these movies, I mean, like, you have to realize this was like at the very beginning of like people using like, I think if I remember correctly, Phantom Menace was like the first movie to be shot digitally, like completely digitally and shown digitally. I heard an anecdote, I don't know if this is true, but I heard an anecdote from a professor of mine back in college that when they did test screenings of the Phantom Menace, they had like a kind of weird reaction in some viewers. Like, apparently like some Vietnam vets and like people with like visual sensitivity were like having like seizures or just like really terrible reaction to the movie. And again, I don't know if this is true. This is just what I was told. And the thing was that they were like, what happened? There was no film grain over the movie because it was digital. So they added film grain back in and did not have the problem stopped.
Interesting.
It's a digital movie masquerading as a real movie.
That's
they literally
interesting.
added film grain back into it
because it like gave people
it was too high fidelity to see on like a huge fucking screen. Apparently,
that's interesting.
Again, don't know if it's true, but I did. It was a trusted.
Wait, did Anakin lose an arm?
You just noticed that?
Anakin lost an arm?
Yeah, he got his arm cut off.
Count Dooku cuts off Anakin's arm.
I didn't show it, but can't do it during the fight. Right before Yoda shows up. Things
they look like they're like people at Coachella who went too hard.
So great.
They're like,
I was like looking for screen caps for this stream, and I got to this one, like I could not believe how bad this looked. I knew it was bad, but like I was like, holy shit! Like
it's Anakin went too hard on the edibles, and now Obi-Wan has to babysit Anakin at the music festival.
Anyone lose an arm? Can we can probably look it up. Anyone lose an arm at Coachella? Lose a hand?
I'm sure it's happening.
I don't know, but people are definitely dressed like Obi-Wan at Coachella.
But yeah,
Anyway,
so
Revenge of the Sith.
So the only other things that happen, the clones. So the clones actually
it's like
helped.
Revenge. It's like Return of the Jedi.
Yeah,
Revenge of the
yeah,
Sith.
yeah.
So
this is what George Lucas was talking about with parallels.
Yeah, with parallel, it rhymes.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
So the clones. One thing you got wrong initially was that the clones in the last movie actually like helped. Like after Obi-Wan shows up, and Obi-Wan showed up and was like, in the alien, the weird gray aliens are like, you ordered some clones, right? And he's like, what?
Yeah,
No.
clone delivery.
And then they were like, and so like Obi-Wan's like talking to the rest of the Jedi Council, and they're like, we don't know who fucking ordered these clones, but like they're gonna help us, so we should use them in the battle. So the Clone Wars was like, they commanded like the Jedis and the clones versus all the robots and like Count Dooku and all these bad guys. So at the end of this, by the end of the movie and by the beginning of this movie, the clone soldiers are like good guys, more or less. We see them. However, if you've watched Star Wars, you understand that they look exactly like stormtroopers from the later movies, so you can kind of you can see the signposting.
Yeah, it's
but
I just remember probably killing a lot of them in video games.
Yes, you definitely killed a lot of them in video games. Anyway, so Revenge of the Sith. How does this movie start?
Oh,
what did I put? Oh yeah, big. Don't you love visuals, CG? Don't you love telling what's happening in a movie?
This could be a modern Marvel movie. I can't tell.
It really could.
True.
It really fucking could.
It's true.
I watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3 the other day, and like I don't watch Marvel movies anymore because I barely have an interest in them. But I was like, I'll take a chance on this one, and I really liked it for the most part. But there was still like literally one scene in the movie was just a fire,
it was
like
this.
a visual fucking schlock fest. And I'm like, oh, come on.
It was like this.
Yeah, and like that's a benefit to Marvel movies because I think most Marvel movies look like this 80% of the time.
Yeah.
So thank God it was just one scene in that movie. But like, holy shit, dude. Anyway, so Star Wars prequels.
General Grievous.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's him. He's got his crazy lightsabers. He hasn't revealed them yet, but he's a fucked up robot that is like dying. he's like a robot that coughs and wheezes like. This
is funny because this is what 2005.
Yeah.
Pre-rendered cutscenes still looked like shit. Now, like this is like basically what real-time games
this is what real-time cutscenes look.
This is even like a bit shittier than what like a modern real-time game like Last of Us 2 or something.
This is the absolute power of what ILM could offer at the time. This is like fucking what $10,000 silicon graphics machine.
This is industrial light and magic working with like supercomputers, and like this is like
nowadays I can make something better than this in Blender.
Yeah, cranking out these like early PS3 cutscenes.
This could be in a Final Fantasy now, says the Rebels in chat. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
General Grievous is like a good example of like the prequels won't let anybody just be cool. Like Darth Maul gets cut in half.
Is pretty sick.
He is pretty cool, but then it's like, oh, but he's also like this sickly man. Like,
yeah, but it makes it so much cooler when he throws off his robes and starts kicking ass. Though,
it's true,
you know. And they literally.
Oh
shit!
Hey, who's
Count Dooku lives to see another. Well,
he lives for one.
I don't know about lives.
He lives for one scene into this movie.
Makes it to another movie. Is that fucking Palpatine holding the other one?
No.
Why am I for some reason I have it in my head that Palpatine comes back and it has to.
You are right because throughout these movies, what we haven't told you is that throughout these movies, one of the senators that's like a part of like the Galactic Council is an old guy named Senator Palpatine, and he's just kind of like a normal politician. And this movie starts with him being kidnapped by Count Dooku. And so there's this scene, Anakin beats Count Dooku in a fight. Anakin is the one holding the lightsabers, about to kill him. And he like gets the better of him. He has Count Dooku right where he wants him. Palpatine's like strapped to a chair because he's been trapped by Count Dooku. And Count Dooku's like, very good, Anakin. Now kill him. And Anakin's like, what? Are you sure? I thought we were going to bring him to justice. And so he's like, do it. And Dooku like gives him this look, which the inquiring viewer can discern as "What the fuck? Oh fuck! You set me up! Oh shit!" And then Anakin fucking lops his damn head off. And
he
he's
does
dead.
like
Damn. What?
Hey, oh sorry,
okay.
sorry, sorry. This is a screenshot from Mist. How did this get in here?
Yeah, are they in a mosque? What is happening?
This is Anakin and Padme hugging in a
because they're in love.
a CG
Even
mosque.
they're in love, but they're not supposed to be, right?
They have a forbidden love. They
So
like
they have to go to this giant structure that's completely
no.
empty.
This is a public place. This is like an airport terminal, and like they're walking. Like Anakin was walking down this carpet, and Padme was waiting for him. So he like runs off from the group and like hugs her and kisses her and like away from people. Like you can see some like tiny extras in the very
like very.
When does she get like makeup?
Oh, that's in one.
That's
so
in one.
She's the queen of Naboo, and when she's the queen of Naboo, she has crazy makeup.
Okay.
So I didn't get any screenshots of that.
And
I remember that.
And she's pregnant.
And she's pregnant.
So already it's bad. It's bad enough that Jedi are not supposed to, have relationships and love like that. But Anakin knocked her up,
Yeah.
which is like
Damn,
extra
now
bad.
now he's gonna get some tattoos. You have a beard.
Yeah. He's gonna get a beard.
What the fuck?
I'm not gonna explain this.
Is that like the baby?
You're almost no that is Padme. It does pertain to her being pregnant. I won't tell the context of this scene.
Cramps?
Yeah, she's having really bad cramps.
Someone in chat said ate a spicy pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have any milk. And there's like a terrible blur filter over it. Next slide, please. What's next?
Can I just say?
Do you know the?
Oh yes, who are these characters? Well, the character in the middle.
Well, I see now that Yoda's become CGI completely.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, actually, fun fact: in Phantom Menace, he was actually still a puppet. But then, like when they did like a reprint of Phantom Menace, they made him CG. So he's now CG but he was entirely CG for 2 and 3. So
who the fuck is the person in the middle?
That is Ki-Adi Mundi, my good sir.
And do you want to do like a lore dump of Ki-Adi Mundi?
Yeah, so this is not covered anywhere in the movies, but it's just really funny. So again, Jedi are celibate. They can't breed, they can't have any affairs or anything like that. Except Ki-Adi Mundi's species is like endangered. So he has a special permission to have wives.
He has permission to fuck.
He has permission to fuck.
He has permission to fuck.
He is literally the Jedi who fucks.
Yeah,
oh my god!
And like, isn't
why is he a ghost? He's
a hologram. He's doing work from home.
He has to teleconference from home because he has to be on his home planet fucking.
Yeah,
I thought you were. Right. I thought you were gonna say, "Oh yeah, he's a ghost, but like he could still fuck."
That'd be even fucking funnier. Fucking hell! Next slide, please.
This is some Mass Effect shit.
Yeah, this is a fucking Mass Effect scene right here. This is.
Where'd he go? Is that his chair that's empty?
No, this is like a Cirque du Soleil show.
Yeah.
So
Scorpy, I need to Scorpy. I'm gonna go back to this slide. I need to tell you that like Mike is being super selective with these screenshots. We're really only getting like the funny stuff. So much of the prequels is like the Jedi are having a council meeting. It looks like this. Like all 3 movies. Oh, let's go watch Cirque du Soleil.
I'm showing you like the 10% of funny shit in each movie. The rest of it is just boring schlock and people talking, and that's it.
Yeah, this literally is Palpatine and Anakin like watching the circus.
So the discerning viewer knows that Palpatine is the secret Sith Lord. So he's like talking to Anakin about like, "Oh, you're a Jedi, right? Well, did you know the Sith have some? I've only read about the Sith, but they have some crazy shit going on, like being able to bring dead people back to life and shit." And Anakin's like, "Whoa, real shit?" And he's like, "Yeah,
yeah."
I want to zoom in on the people in the crowd.
They're probably
the crowd looks amazing.
They're like 3 polygon models each. They're little billboard guys.
Can the Sith fuck?
I think the Sith can fuck. That's probably a I don't know actually.
Someone tell Anakin.
People are saying yes, so I believe him.
General Grievous.
General Grievous and his cool lightsabers.
Is that like old? Is that old school Luke?
No, that's Obi-Wan.
Oh,
that's just he gets like a beard in these movies, and he looks like a little. They make him look a little.
Here's General Grievous flexing, and he like the lore here is that like he doesn't use a red lightsaber because what he killed Jedi and took their lightsabers.
Yeah, he's not like a Force person. He's not a Sith or a Jedi. He's just a fucked up robot who like killed Jedi, took their lightsabers, and uses them.
Yeah.
But don't you have to be able to activate them? Don't you have to be a Jedi?
No, it's just a button.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Oh, it's just a button.
It's just a button.
See, like, if you were
Tell
like
Scorpy about the ET in the Senate crowd.
Oh, Ronwich says ET in the Senate crowd. Yeah, there's like ET.
Oh yeah, there's an ET cameo in the
Oh hell yeah.
Anyway, yeah, like, see, if you were like a good storyteller, yes, like you would make it so that like, oh, only Jedi, like only people who could use the Force, like can even turn these on. No, it's just it's like a button. You hit the button and it turns on and off.
Anyone can do it.
Yeah, anyone can do it. If you got a thumb, you can. You don't even need a thumb. You just it's just a button.
Anyway,
another hallmark
is that a Rancor?
No, no. There's no more Rancors in the prequels. There's literally one Rancor. I forgot to take a picture of him.
I guess
that's a weird lizard.
I'm guessing that this is here because in the prequels, they just like have fight scenes like everywhere and anywhere.
They have fight scenes everywhere. There's like a new vehicle, a new creature every scene.
Yeah, they because they need to sell more toys.
Yeah. Anyway, he kills General Grievous and explodes.
Yeah, General Grievous blows up. Ah, yes.
Oh my god, is that Palpatine?
I removed all context of this scene.
Did Palpatine tear his quad or something?
So what?
Why is he sitting down?
So basically, Palpatine is slowly lulling Anakin into like following him, but like Anakin's kind of conflicted, and like he tells Mace Windu like, "Yo, I think Palpatine is the Sith Lord we've been looking for." And Mace Windu's like, "Real shit?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, well, we can go arrest him." And then Mace Windu's like, "You stay out of this. We'll take care of it. Well, the big Jedi will take care of it. You're still a trainee." And so Mace Windu and a couple Jedi confront him, and Palpatine like kills the shit out of all the other Jedi, but Mace Windu like fucking gets the better of him, and Palpatine shoots lightning at Mace Windu, but Mace Windu reflects the lightning back at him with his lightsaber, and once again Palpatine cannot stop expelling lightning, so he expels lightning that gets reflected back to him and disfigures his face, making him look like the fucked up old man from the original movies.
I'm gonna be a little bit of a hater and be like, it could have been so easy to be like, okay, he's actually like a really grotesque looking person, but he wears makeup, right? Like that, it could be as easy as that, right? No. Like
there has to be a crazy reason.
It could
for
be
him to look fucked up.
It could be as simple as this is a Sith Lord that is like famous, but he's been in disguise this whole time. No, he has to shoot lightning at Mace Windu, and then Mace Windu has to reflect it back in his face and like disfigure him.
I'm happy with that. Any chance I get to see Palpatine shoot lightning,
yeah.
I'll take it.
So Anakin shows up on the scene while Mace Windu's getting the better of Palpatine, and Mace Windu's like, "Let's take him in, Anakin." And Palpatine's like, help me, Anakin, I can help you." And then Anakin goes bad and hits Mace Windu, and then Palpatine's like, "Ha ha, gotcha, bitch," and then kills him.
Yeah.
And then Anakin's like, "Oh shit, what have I done?"
Anakin's
like, "Oh shit, what have I done?" And Palpatine's like, "You're my servant now. Your name's Darth Vader." And Anakin's just like, he's lost. I don't know. He just like his brain shuts off. He's just like, "Yes, master, I give up. Like, I don't want to think it. I don't want to use my brain anymore. I don't want to think."
Yeah.
You can command me, and then he just goes full bad guy immediately.
Yup.
And he kills a bunch of kids.
Does he really?
Yeah.
He literally kills a
Oh
bunch
my
of kids.
god.
There's this scene where literally like these kids are hiding from like the also I haven't covered this. There's this thing where when Palpatine gets disfigured and he like goes sicko mode, he's like, all right, time to finally enact the plan. And there's this montage where all these clone troopers who are like helping Jedi with like all these activities, he's like, execute Order 66, and all the clone troopers go okay and murder every Jedi. That's why there's no Jedi.
God.
The clone troopers fucking exterminate every one of them. So like all these clone troopers are running around killing people. So these like Jedi are like hiding away. And they're like, Master Anakin, what's going on? And then Anakin pops out his lightsaber and the scene ends. And it's just like, holy shit,
my
he killed
God.
a room full of kids.
That's how you know he's evil.
Yeah, baby. That's how you
Oh no, but he trips and falls on the couch.
This is Palpatine. I didn't take pictures of it, but Palpatine fights Yoda, and they have another crazy fucking visual fuckfest of a fight scene where like they're like throwing platforms at each other. He's doing lightning. Yoda bounces the lightning back, and this is just a great shot of Yoda force pushing him over a desk that I really liked.
Where's Qui-Gon Jinn when we need him?
He's dead.
He's long dead,
Yeah.
my man. Anyway, so they Anakin does some killing on the on a lava mining planet. I don't know why they're mining lava. Good question.
Yeah,
and then
again, singular biome. This is the lava planet.
We need
there's
the
a lava
elements.
planet. There's
Yeah.
a lava planet.
We're missing an element.
there needs to be a wind planet. Well, there's an air planet, so you could have a water planet. Naboo's almost a water planet. Anyway, so Padme and Obi-Wan are like, yo, I think Anakin's going sicko mode, and they're like, all right, well, let's go try to stop him. And then Padme's like, Anakin, you're being evil, you gotta stop. And he's like losing his mind, so he like fucking strangles her. And then Obi-Wan pops up and he's like, enough, Anakin, I'm gonna stop you. And then they have a big climactic fight with
this is the fight that like when you
also plays.
like, have you seen any of this fight? Like, like people like post it online, like clips and like GIFs.
Next slide. It looks like this. The whole thing looks like this. They're like fucking riding on video game lava platforms, swinging wildly at each other.
I remember like nerds being really angry at the Star Wars prequels, and to the point where they're like, yeah, it's like, this is not sword fighting anymore. They're kind of just like dancing. Which is true. Like the choreography like goes insane because it's like it's like crazy dance like choreography mixed with like special effects. Like they're jumping like 7 stories up and like it's like they go wild.
Flips.
Yeah.
So Obi-Wan.
Oh shit! What the fuck happened to Padme?
So they're having a no. That was well, hang on a second. So they're having a big fucking fight, and then finally like Obi-Wan gets like a really good one on Anakin and like chops all of his limbs off. Like
it's like it's not doing it justice. I gotta describe the scene.
That was Anakin.
It doesn't do it justice. I gotta describe the scene. So there's at one point they're like separated, right? And Obi-Wan says, "You can't do this, bitch. I got the high ground." I'm paraphrasing. It's like, you stand down. You don't got this. I have the high ground, right?
It's over, Anakin.
And I must say that Obi-Wan practices his lightsaber. His fighting style is a defensive light fighting style. So he's really good when people engage him and not the other way around. and so Obi-Wan's like, I have the high ground, bitch. And so
Anakin does like a crazy flip at him.
Yes,
like,
Anakin.
Get you, and then Obi-Wan like fucking with a clean swipe, like swipes off all of his fucking limbs.
To say it's a clean swipe is like incorrect because Anakin does like a lunge where he lunges like 30 feet into the air at him. And Anakin is like above him, and Obi-Wan like kind of waves his lightsaber around and like effortlessly just like cuts off all of his limbs in like a single motion.
So Anakin like lands on like the lava shoreline, and he's like, oh fuck, and then Obi-Wan's like, you were supposed to help the Force, you're supposed to help the Jedi, not become a Sith. Anakin, damn it. And then Anakin like literally catches on fire and like burns up and Obi-Wan just like
Oh my
fucking
God.
leaves him to die. But later, after he's like a fucking shrivel, like Palpatine finds a charple on the beach
Yeah.
and takes him in.
Yeah, so that's
he's more
Palpatine.
or less just a charple.
That's Palpatine, and Palpatine finds his body and it's like, we're not done yet.
We're not done yet, you and I.
Simpleton put it
Oh,
best.
that's why he's all burned
Yes,
up.
Yeah,
yes.
That's why he's all fucked up and burned.
Simpleton.
Wow, but where'd his limbs come from?
You
The
know
robot
what?
limbs.
Simpleton
Oh.
says it best, whereas Obi-Wan plays Fruit Ninja with his flying body.
Yeah, it's like he,
Yeah, it's really that.
Disney Channel logos him.
Speaking of Disney Channel,
This
What's
is
this?
so this is Padme giving birth. So Padme got like strangled by Anakin and for some reason is like immediately dying. So like she gives birth to this is the robot telling Obi-Wan like
Yeah, the
she's
robot-
Oh my
the
god, I
twins.
thought you were gonna
Also-
say this is the kid.
No, this is the robot like the
Robot doctor, yeah.
telling them like she's given birth to twins. Also, she's gonna fucking die. And Padme fucking dies in childbirth after giving birth to twins.
which are Luke and,
And
Leia.
the twins who oh yeah, and they're even like, what do you want to name the kids? And like with her final breath, she's like, Luke, Leia, It's
and Leia.
why did you decide that? And she dies. And then and then like so they're like, we have to keep the kids secret from Palpatine so they don't know that Anakin had kids. And so they're like, we'll separate them. We'll give the girl to this Senator Bail Organa, who will take her in and she'll be a political person. And then we'll just put Luke on Tatooine in some fucking bumfuck house somewhere.
with
and then
moisture
that's-
farmers that
And some
drink
with some fucking
that-
moisture farms.
that drink blue milk.
Also, Yoda loses his fight with Palpatine and like gets his shit rocked, and then he's like, he literally like he gets saved, and then he's like, I gotta exile myself. I fucked up bad. He's literally like,
Yeah.
he's like, I can't show my face anymore. I have to leave.
like I said, like action figure syndrome. Like
Yeah.
Ant-Man has to go into the quantum realm in this movie, so he should meet up with the, like they have to make sure the characters go to the right place.
So like Yoda was not just a hermit because he was sad and moved on. He was like, no, he purposefully exiled himself.
Right. He's not a hermit because that's what monks do. They just, they're spiritual people. They live amongst nature. They seclude themselves to be closer with God. No, like he lost the fight against the bad guy, so he has to live on the swamp planet and go crazy and wrestle for Luke's jerky when he shows up.
Yeah. And finally, the
Yeah.
last thing that happens, Anakin Skywalker is built anew.
Yeah.
He's like built new limbs, and he's like, his first words to Palpatine are like, Padme, what happened to her? And Padme's like, I'm afraid she died. And he like breaks out of his restraints and yells, no. You've seen that.
They get-
Anyway, sorry.
It's full circle.
They
Full
get
circle, baby.
Parallels.
Yeah, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
This is poetry rhymes. Simpleton pointed out something very important that I have to mention. This is not mentioned anywhere in the movie, but this is like a perfect example. So bear in mind, the original trilogy had like a lot of like subsequent media. Like there were books, there were
Yeah.
video games and stuff like
Like
that. There
your
was a
Darth
lot of
Maul,
people
like your Darth Maul book that you used to kill spiders.
like your Darth Maul book,
Yeah.
yeah. Like there were people writing fiction, like fan fiction or real fiction or comic books or whatever, based on the movie and stuff like that. So that kind of like fan work continued into the prequels to like, oh, there's all this extended lore about the Gungans and all these other things in the movie.
Yeah.
This place in the movie that Palpatine has taken him to is literally named in canon as the Emperor Palpatine Reconstructive Surgery Center.
What?
Someone, I don't know who
Empal
named it
Su
that.
Recon.
It's literally some fan or some Star Wars fan. It's like, yeah, that's the proper name for the facility they're in. The purposeful surgical reconstruction center used to reconstruct Darth Vader.
It's like a V.
Oh.
It's like a V. I like to imagine that it's like a VA hospital, because they are fighting a war. You got a lot of veterans that are,
it's a VA hospital for turning people into fucking horrible cyborg monsters. Holy shit. Anyway, that's Star Wars.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's
We did
Star
it.
Wars.
And that doesn't even cover all the sequels.
No.
No, like
we're not talking about the sequels.
yeah, like,
There's nothing like, it's not even like, oh, they fucking suck. It's just like, there's nothing worth talking about because the sequels, here's the thing. Now that you kind of have a glimpse into like how bad they fucked up the prequels, you have to understand that like the sequels are marred by that. Not because it's like, oh, the prequels are so bad.
they played it so
because
safe.
They played it so safe. They backpedaled so fucking hard. And most importantly, this is the number one flaw of the sequel movies that the other movies did not have. Even the prequels were better than this. They wrote all the sequel movies one at a time. So like they're like, we need a new Star Wars movie. Episode 7. J.J. Abrams, get in there, make a movie. And he's like, okay. And he, like, if you've never seen Episode 7, it mostly retreads the same plot as the first movie. There's like a new character that shows up, realizes they have force power. There's a new super weapon. There's a new bad guy with a black mask.
And it's done now, right?
It's done now, or I don't know. Maybe they'll try making.
Who
more,
knows?
Who knows?
Disney owns Star Wars now, so who knows to what extent they want to go with that.
And there's Book of Boba Fett. There's
Book of Boba Fett.
There's the Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian.
There's an Obi-Wan show. There's actually an Obi-Wan show that I heard from friends that are Star Wars fans was actually like kind of.
There's
nice
Andor. There are multiple cartoons.
Oh, there's plenty of cartoons. There's more cartoons than you can shake a stick at.
There's Rogue One.
There's Rogue One, a Star Wars story.
Yeah, there's it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So
and the most anticipated, the Quantic Dream game.
Quantic Dream game.
Oh god, I fucking forgot they were gonna make that.
That will take on a whole new dimension.
It is
me
very
now.
important to note that
sure
in
will,
episode
baby.
2 a guy
Let's
tries
go.
to sell
Let's
Obi-Wan
fucking go.
drugs.
Anyway,
and
but
that
like,
character's
and the
canonical
sequels
name
just
was
like
Elon Sleazebaggano.
they were so safe, and they like wrote the movies one at a time. So they have like this like very safe retread of the Star Wars plot, and then they bring in Rian Johnson to make the second one, and then he's like an actual Star Wars fan, so he made like a lot of like crazy decisions and did a lot of crazy shit in the movie, some of which some people really really liked, and others like people fucking hated it. And the blowback was so strong that Disney's like, okay, we're not having him do anything. And then they got J.J. Abrams again to make the 9th movie, which I haven't seen because I heard it was bad, and it is. And they were like, they spent like half of the movie like backpedaling shit that Rian Johnson established in the 8th one, because they were like, oh, it made fans so mad, we have to backpedal that. It's like, oh, well, no, it's better now. And then and then Emperor Palpatine is back, and he probably shoots lightning again.
Star Wars
somehow.
is in this weird place where like, like all the new, like, if you're a fan of like the original Star Wars movies, you're probably just someone that likes good movies, and if you like the new Star Wars stuff, you're like kind of this insufferable person.
User Grunt of Action in chat says the 9th movie literally has a piece of integral information locked behind a Fortnite event.
Damn it, I was literally just about to tell you that. Fuck!
Sorry.
You beat me to it.
Fucking insane.
Anyway.
That's fucking crazy.
So Scorpy, you have been unshackled. You can enjoy all the Star Wars media you want now, baby. Ever since 3 years ago, when you first told us that you knew nothing about Star Wars, we forced you. Maybe it was a little too harsh, but we forced you to stay blind to all of this. Now you're unshackled. You can watch and play and eat all the Star Wars Doritos you want.
You can eat all your Star Wars food, yeah.
Yeah, you can eat all your Star Wars food.
It was only harsh in the respect that it took us so long to do this. So I'm glad we finally
I mean, also, I wasn't really...
You weren't like anchoring to...
I wasn't being presented, constantly with moments to like enjoy Star Wars media. It was more just like... Yeah, I wasn't...
Well, I don't know, maybe you really wanted to play Star Wars.
The most deprived I was when I wanted to play Obi-Wan on Xbox.
And now you can.
And now you can. You can now. But it sounds like you want to watch the movies too.
I want to watch the prequels for sure.
Yeah.
I want to watch the prequels.
Hey, you know what?
I want to watch all of them.
You know what?
I'll watch all of them.
We should make it happen. We should watch the prequel. Would you be down for that if we like if we got some people together and we watched the prequels and like recorded like a commentary track for it?
Yeah,
That'd
I
be
want to
great.
watch all of them, but
But you want to
You
start
have
with
to
the
watch-
prequels.
The prequels. I
would
think
that be
it-
the would that be the funnest way to do it? Would be to actually start with
I
the
think
prequels?
I
It depends.
think-
It depends on your perspective because, like, you literally the prequels like are a fucking mess of a movie that were like shaped by the original trilogy, but also chronologically are before the original.
I
movies.
think you
So
would
it's
have.
kind of like it's
Sorry.
like weird. I think it's weirder whiplash to go from the prequels to the original trilogy, but also like in a funny way.
I think you would have the most fun starting with the prequels first, knowing what
Yes.
knowing, like hearing your reaction, like. And I agree. Like, I kind of want to rewatch the prequels too because it would be like watching like a crazy video game cutscene.
I want to watch the
And
prequels.
insufferably
I want to
long.
go on eBay and get a Attack of the Clones popcorn bucket and fill it up. I want to get my Dexter Jetster toy.
Yeah. Erarg makes another really, really good point that we haven't really mentioned. The prequels are incredibly shaped by the Iraq War, just like in
Oh yeah,
in
I
just
bet.
like a general cultural sense. It's
Oh,
like it's a lot. It's
Yummy
awesome.
in the tummy.
I think if when it comes to watching the original trilogy, if we do that, I have a version of the movie that, like, as I mentioned before, like they made a version in the 90s that they added CG in a couple of scenes and like color corrected the whole movie to be like weirdly blue. And it just kind of like feels weird because you're watching like half practical effects and then there's just like a weird CG monster in one scene for no
Alright.
reason. So there's a cut of the movie I have that like a bunch of people used After Effects and made like a using the Blu-ray rip of the movie and like illegal scans of the theater copy, like made their own version of the movie.
all right,
And it's as close to the theatrical release as possible. It's
Scorpy,
good.
you're free. You're free to
You're free.
learn and ingest any Star Wars
I can
media
finally
you
play
want.
Star Wars Connect.
Yeah, baby. The
yeah.
carbonite is gone.
You should play that on
This is
stream.
my reward.
You should play that on stream.
I'm Solo.
Han Solo, Han Solo, Han Solo. All right. So Scorpy. Oh, Scorpy's gone.
He's turned into a force ghost. He's ascended.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. A true Jedi is born.
The force awakens.
Yeah. Oh, you hit your mic.
The force is with you.
All right, Scorpy, you're free. We can't hold you back any longer. You can go
The
watch.
first thing I'm doing, I'm gonna get Disney Plus. I'm gonna watch everything. I'm gonna buy all the Star Wars games. I'm gonna buy all the figurines.
Yeah, baby.
I'm gonna buy Darth Maul, Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker,
Mhm.
Padme.
Look at all these things you know now.
All right.
Any
Christopher
final
Lee.
thoughts?
Christopher Lee. And Count Dooku.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget Count Dooku. And my favorite.
Oh. Sorry. Your what?
Your favorite?
Huh?
My favorite. I'll be real. I think there's a couple movies I've already forgotten.
That's
I'm
I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time
in-
remembering some of this.
in one ear, out the other, huh?
I mean, it's just we showed you a bunch of screenshots. We can't expecting what are you expecting?
The Carbonite.
Yeah.
Lando Calrissian.
Mhm.
Alright.
and Garrus.
Yep, from Star Wars.
Garrus, Rex, the Mako. I think if we do commentary tracks, we also have to do a commentary track for Thumb Wars.
Sure. Why
Okay,
the fuck
that's fair.
not?
That's
All
fair.
right. All right. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I am free.
Yeah, Scorpy's free. Thank you for joining us tonight, folks. Sorry we made you wait 3 years for this stream, but we finally did it. Scorpy knows about Star Wars now. He's filled with all the info, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. We can't tell him to... Scorpy, is there any other franchise you don't know anything about?
I don't know if we could find anything with this like void of knowledge
It's
that has
true.
the same
It's true.
cultural relevance.
Star Trek. I don't know shit about Star Trek.
All right, never learn anything about Star Trek. You're not allowed to watch anything. No Star Trek, no Star Trek games, no Star
Kingdom
Trek
Hearts.
movies.
Technically, I saw Lord of the Rings 1. I fell asleep
All
during
right,
Lord of the
well-
Rings 2, and I never saw Lord of the Rings 3.
All right. Well, maybe
Kingdom. If we did a Kingdom Hearts version of this, you would fall asleep like an hour in.
Yeah, of us like shooting the shit with you, like. Alright, you already. What
I
is
know that
this?
from Video Games Live.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Scorpy. Thank you for letting us probe your mind like this and
Our
fill,
star, the star of the show.
and fill it with Star Wars knowledge. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for tuning in tonight. Like I said, we had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you for tuning in and spreading the word and joining us. All right, I'll be back later this week. I'm going to be watching a fighting game tournament. I'm going to be watching Combo Breaker. That starts on Friday. Scorpio, when's your next stream?
I'm pretty sure I'm doing a stream tomorrow.
Oh shit! All right.
But also, this week is the last Thursday of the month.
You know what that means.
Thank you for stream.
So there's
Hell yeah.
probably gonna be tapes on Thursday.
Hell yeah. All right. Real quick, I just want to thank everybody who's been donating and subbing and resubbing.
Yeah,
Oh,
baby.
God. Thank you, everybody.
Oh yeah.
I just want to go ahead and quickly thank everybody. I think, yeah, so where do we leave off at? Combo Skiller, Mad is Mad, I'm Drinking Slime, Mr. Zanman, Bug Grub, Rotten Witch, Gray Cat Luna, Rotten Witch again, Louis Spades, Soviet Squiddo, and My Cactus and I. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for your contributions to the stream tonight. Hey, I'm done.
And John Cena.
I'm tired. We've been live for 4 hours. It's time to get out of here. Bye-bye. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Scorpy, tell us your favorite Star Wars fact now that we filled you in.
The clones are not bad.
Thank you, James.